Welcome back, adventurers. My name is Eli, the Game Master, and this is a good day to die. First thing we're going to do today before we get started is turn down our phones. Everyone that's not me is guilty of this. I'm responsible. Last we left off, the group had made it to the Great Tree. There, they had come into conflict with a couple of treants and some dryad. The dryad had been swiftly defeated, but they were then met by the dryad queen, who had appeared to them and told them that the tree had become infected and all of her people had succumbed to the black blood. She was well on her way, but in her last few moments wanted to help the group, guiding their way and granting Manzerek a piece of armor crafted from the great tree. The group had made their way to the tree, very wary of Saloon the druid. They were unsure if he was an ally or not, but Manzerek spoke to the great tree letting him know that most of the druids had succumbed to the black blood, but Saloon seemed to be trustworthy. After opening the doors and looking into the vast expanse of the inner sanctum of the fortress, Dr. Isaac had a little moment. He had an emotional breakdown and decided to go for a jog while drinking invisible potions. Potions of invisibility. Yeah, because if they were invisible potions, they'd be hard to find. Running off into the woods in a sheer panic, the group is going to try to run after him and discover him, leaving Damon and Taris all alone at the great tree, and we will go ahead and pick it up there. Damon, roll me a perception check.
Uh-oh. I am made of perception. I am not made of perception.
But at some level, you could notice that. So
14.
You have a little perception.
14.
14, you say?
That's not terrible.
That's not horrible. No. So
Just no.
It's not horrible, but you don't see it.
Tayrus kind of leans his hands on his cane. He looks down at you. He says, "Is this typical of your companion?"
I'm going to keep my mouth shut because I tend to get in trouble when I open it about him.
I see. I sense a bit of tension. Little lovers quarrel. It's okay. You'll get over it. But I do have to emphasize the fact that we do need to move on. The longer we tarry here, the more dangerous it becomes. And the fact that we're not in a group anymore and the party has been split is less than ideal.
Can I still see everybody that ran off?
No, he's invisible and everybody ran off.
Like they're out of sight, ran off.
They're in the forest. They ran through the trees.
All right, how far away from the trunk of the great tree am I?
You are
We are right there.
Yes.
0 feet.
All right, I start examining the bark, just looking around, see if I can find a door or an opening of some kind.
You were literally standing in the door.
Oh, there is a door.
Yes. Yeah, he opened the door because he asked the great tree to open it for
right.
him. Yeah, and there was a large courtyard large
that's
enough for an army
adorable.
to be therein.
How hard would that have been for you to test?
Oh, that's not my problem. I don't make things with solutions to them. I make things and I'm like, I wonder how they'll figure this out.
This is why when you see us really question him, or when Max decides that he doesn't trust him, this is why.
I trust you.
No. That's sweet.
That's naive as hell.
Craig is
Usually get cool stuff out of it.
I know.
Have you been in this area before?
No.
Should I take out my sword? Do I need to be ready for something?
I hope not.
Okay.
Why are you asking me like I know?
You sounded worried.
Because we were attacked by trees earlier. We seem to be surrounded. I'm just cautious. More than anything.
Well,
And eager, I must admit.
eager?
Yes, as a scholar, there's information here to be gathered, and I'm eager to be part of it.
Sense mode.
You may.
Wow.
14.
14.
Yep.
You almost beat his bonuses.
I've been rolling really bad.
This is the most trustworthy person you've ever met, yeah. He has been nothing but on the honest with you. On the up and up.
Well, stay close to me. Let's at least get in out of the open area.
Too right. I'm sure your friends will be here shortly.
Go into through the door.
He steps into the courtyard with you. I would like, let's see, you're with
Yes.
Harry. You went
I
after
feel like I
him.
was still talking to the tree.
No,
but,
you
like-
became a trumpeter swan and just flew away.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
right. I was like, I couldn't remember what the last.
No,
one
you
was.
turned into a trumpeter swan and said
Because
moo
you were like,
and
it's
took off.
fast as hell.
You said fast as hell. Yeah, so I'm flying after him, perceptioning like crazy.
All right, you can either roll survival to try to track him down, roll perception to try to notice him. Same with you two. And I assume you're not stealthing?
Not actively.
Not actively. So the flat DC of just being invisible.
You say perception or
It's
Either.
actually 4 less than the DC.
okay?
33. 33.
Perception. 32 perception.
32 perception. As you were chasing after him, the speed in which you are going and the fact that you are invisible is making it difficult to keep up with him. You can hear his movements, and you are tracking in that direction because you hear it and you're like, that way. But seeing him or really knowing how far ahead he is nearly impossible.
So you're moving, so you get a plus 20.
Sure.
It's only
Yeah, the DC would be 20, but he also gets bonuses, 1 for cover and 2 for distance. Yeah, that's why you don't know exactly
Yeah, that's
where
fine.
he is.
That's
Yeah.
fine.
So, Dr. Isaac, what do you do when you start gaining distance?
I'm asking the impossible, but I would break line of sight of the tree itself. Like, find some tree.
The canopy is thick enough the farther you go into the woods itself that even looking up, you may see bits of the great tree. But to find growth thick enough for you to have full coverage of it is not impossible. But to get out of eyesight of the great tree, period, you would have to be over 200 miles away.
So I teleport.
Oh boy. My potion of teleportation. It's gone.
There's. So just monitoring Aglo the entire time. He's not hiding from them. He's hiding from the fork in the tree itself.
Mm-hmm.
In just desperation, would start throwing his back into whatever he's hiding behind, and just the snapping sound of bones and stuff crunching because of where the wings come out of my back.
So, Manzerek, as you are flying overhead, just kind of like making wide gears, there would be a point where you'd be like, I need to get below the canopy to really see what's happening here. As you do so, you did have an insect swarm coming to give you a message, yes?
Yes.
As
It
you
was a single insect.
a single
It was a
insect.
bee.
I got you. So as you swoop down and you begin to examine around with that perception check, I'm going to piggyback off of that. You do see that single bee kind of like bobbing and making its way forward and then backing up as if it's trying to get to you as quickly as possible, but you keep moving.
Okay. I turn my attention to the bee. Finish that spell. Have it.
And the specifics of the spell is
So, I will pull that back up real quick.
Harry and Ragnar. As he is dealing with the bee, as you keep running in that direction, you start to hear that rhythmic thud noise, followed by a wet cracking and popping noise over and over and
But regardless,
the same number of E's in B, and both of them are silent.
They move at 5, movement speed of 5 feet, fly speed of 20 feet. Lose my, yeah.
You come across a sight. I would say self-harm would be in the same wheelhouse as attack, so your invisibility has disadvantage.
Oh, sure.
You see Dr. Tone in a kind of a manic frenzy as he is slamming his back into a tree over and over as if desperately trying to get something off. You see the bark is stained with blood, bits of flesh, and that crimson liquid dripping down and soaking into the grooves of the bark.
Whoa, Doc, what's going on?
I'm gonna try to grab my hand to use.
You may.
I see what you mean with other people being like, don't even, 24.
Does that
Oh,
beat your
yeah.
CMD? That beats my CMD of 5.
17, I'll have you know.
So as you are doing so, you feel this kind of rock hard yet warm and comforting embrace of a chest and abstables. As Ragnar runs up and just grabs you and seizes you in the moment. You feel the blood from his back soak over your arms as you grab him.
And just, it's constant Aklo. It's not even comprehensible at best. So if you're like, you just learned Aklo, you're like, I know that word, because he's a native speaker.
Okay.
What's he saying?
Any gist of?
Basically, not again, never again. I will not be bound again is something he would say over and over and over again.
Doc, what are you talking about? What happened back there? I kind of like slap it. Snap out.
So I have to, I'm assuming it's the minute. Okay. Because I was kind of waiting for I am no longer officially panicked.
So the mechanics of panic begin to wear away.
Mechanic panic is.
Shaking my head. Hi. Can you let me go?
Yep. I know.
It would almost be like the wings, whereas they were already mangled, just hang loosely by a few threads.
What are you talking about not being bound again? What happened back there?
Oh. Sometimes it's confusing to know what's real and what isn't. The fort, the druid temple.
Mm-hmm.
Believe it or not, I was there when it was built. It was home a while ago.
As you explain this, your brains begin to burn.
Yep.
So you're older than the great tree?
Mm-hmm.
It ain't so great anymore.
That burning sensation begins to course through your body and make its way to the roots of your back.
Just rolling my wrist. Yep.
And what are you bound to? What were you bound
Well,
to?
it's hard to say. A giant bat, mostly.
What?
The giant bat.
Layman's terms.
The Lord of Pain.
Those are layman's terms.
I was like, how does it get simpler?
The Lord of Pain.
Oh.
Like a demon?
Sure. Demon. Devil. I don't know what he was.
What category?
I don't know. Most of them know a lot of pain right now.
You-
Surprisingly chill. I'm kind of used to this kind of stuff. Potions don't fix this.
A curse?
Sure. Curse.
Like, is it actually a curse?
You can certainly try. Good luck.
Don't want to waste a spell slot if it's not gonna
Then,
work.
then don't do that.
What does the bee tell you?
Okay, so the B, each scout that returns passes on memories of specific structural flaws, defenses, and alarms, granting you the ability to reroll one failed skill check per scout, as long as the skill check involves that specific location's layout, such as a stealth check to sneak in, a disable device check to silence an alarm, or a perception check to notice a trap. If even one scout returns, you also gain a rough understanding of the building's layout, at least any portions your scouts could access, all insight, and the associated rolls fade 1 hour per caster level you have after the scout's return. Your insight remembers nothing about creatures and dang it.
Cool.
That's the one thing I wanted to know.
Your bee is like, there's no buildings.
Let him go in peace. And I swear violently wildfire.
Mother!
Honker!
You're real upset about this spell. Well, it's only.
It's still a useful spell.
It's only level 2. It's fine.
Just not for a giant open grove that has creatures in it.
Yeah.
Maybe the dungeon we're about to go into. That'd be
Yeah, but it would be great.
You already cast it.
You three hear footsteps approaching you. As
Hi.
Okay.
No. I am the tree.
At this point, you're a fey woodland creature.
I mean, it's not too far.
Barry's like, and he pulls up a lampshade and he's like,
Hides
long
under
has
a
this
box
lamp
like a
been here?
solid snake.
I assume this lamp would know better than we would. Neat. It works.
Like,
Harry has a good idea.
A figure begins approaching you from the shadows of the trees. This figure is tall, but not abnormally so, especially for a human, probably around 6'2". They have a bear skull fitted over the top of their head, with their eyes peering through the skull's sockets. You see antlers that look to be naturally fused to the top of the bear skull that extend out to either side. A heavy pelt is draped over the figure's shoulders with the same kind of armor that Manzerek had just received, but it looks withered, the edges of it brown and curled. As this creature begins making its way towards you, the cloak kind of shifting behind it as it walks up. The lower half of the creature's face is a broad jawline with just like a thick scruff about it. But the skin of this person is very, very pale, contrasted against the stark black beard.
So I'm just constantly rolling my wrist because that pain is becoming unbearable.
can we help you?
Who are you?
We're here with our friends to do the great tree.
I don't see you. He looks at you. He tilts his head. He opens his hands and he casts a spell as he begins to examine you. Meg.
Spellcraft.
25. We can't. You're not there.
30. CRAFT. 30.
It's detect magic.
I know that.
I know it's detect magic with my 28.
What's happening to you?
Great question. Who are you? Sorry, lots of names.
He looks over all of you. He says, Manzerek, where is he?
This is the last I saw of the great tree.
He turns and begins to walk away.
I think we should get back.
Let's start with an S. Right now.
I don't think we know that he came out.
Sumar?
So,
Salute.
It has some of the same letters.
Saloon.
Are you Saloon?
He doesn't answer.
Oh,
Just want to
Follow him and annoy him.
yes.
If
Seriously.
you begin following them, the closer you get to the tree, the more your back begins to burn. This is not simply from your injuries. This is something deep, right? That is that feels as if it's pushing its way through.
yeah, it's just that you would almost hear me groaning in pain, and that, even when I've got hit by blades, I don't really do that. He has a high tolerance to pain for reasons. No, but I will be. Sure.
So when we were out the tree, you just had your eyes rolled back.
Uh-huh.
and you started running.
Yeah, I saw a vision of the Great Bat.
But why?
My own, I don't know.
We were just, Manzerek was talking to the tree, and out of nowhere, you just.
Well, I didn't see the tree. There's nothing there.
I know, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, like, he was actually talking to the tree at the
Uh-huh.
time, and just out of nowhere.
And I had a vision. These happened.
Can I do a spellcraft to see what might cost that?
On him? You may.
Arcana?
Arcana? Or would it be planes? What do you think?
Either Arcana or Planes, depending on what he's specifically asking.
There you go.
So it'd be more of what is affecting him and how to rid of it.
That would be more Arcana. Whatever goes into magical bindings.
23.
This is your show, my guy.
23 Arcana. You would probably, in one of your books, you would have read something about magical bindings and like bindings of soul and body and blood. Especially demons use a lot of blood magic and blood binding. So whatever's causing him pain means if it's that, he's doing something that directly goes against one of those two things. You know, he has a chain of gold and a chain of black. So.
Talk, I don't know how to help you.
It's great.
So you're bound to this place, or
Maybe was.
and now you're going against your oath. Your bindings.
One of black, one of gold. It's great. It's really hurting to walk.
Do you want me to carry you?
It's not gonna stop the pain.
So the closer you get to the tree, the worse it's
The
getting.
fort underneath the tree.
So then you just need to go back somewhere.
You need a healer for this fight, don't you?
Not if he's dead.
And it's not a dying kind of a pain. I know that pain. That's a very specific pain. This is more of I'm being tortured for past sins kind of a pain.
So like a non-lethal.
Sure. If I had to put a mechanic eventual thing to it, sure.
So you don't feel like this is going to kill you. It's just a major pain in the butt. Back.
Imagine I ripped your arm off and then repaired the wound. It wouldn't kill you, but it would hurt a hell of a lot.
Yeah.
As my wings are just dragging along the ground.
I've ripped arms off of people, but I've never repaired them.
I believe that, Ragnar. With all my heart.
Hey Ragnar. Can you do me a favor?
Do not know. Don't rip his arms.
The wings, just cut the rest of them off.
Are you sure?
They're broken beyond help anyways. I can't fly with them
Just
anyways.
dangling? Oh yeah. You want me to just rip
There's
them
like
off?
3 to 10 use. Your axe is a much better job at doing that kind of stuff,
Just
my
make
guy.
sure you do it real slow.
No, quick and swift. That's why I'm asking you.
Okay, well I need your help, Harry.
What's your alignment?
Yes.
I need you to hold them out so I can cut. Please.
I'd ask Damon, but I feel like he'd enjoy it too much.
Pretty much. That's like,
Okay.
Alright, ready?
would Mage Hand help? Just theatrically.
I think they would be lighter than 5 pounds, so.
And they're unattended.
For the most part.
So, yeah.
I'm just like,
You want the good news or the bad news?
it's gross. Is it a 1?
It has a 1 in it.
Okay, good.
21.
19 to. I'm sorry, no, that's like 29.
Yeah,
So I'm
it's
assuming
like-
I hit where I was aiming at to
I'm
sever
not
them.
resisting, so.
So,
Hit you.
as you take your axe, you cleave down. As he severs that from your back, you feel every iota of your body begin to scream out. You see an alarming amount of blood shoot from his back, enough to make you wince and back up. As this begins to happen, the blood shooting out begins to solidify and turn, as you see his back begin to swell. And
Oh, they happen now.
they happen now.
He's a beautiful butterfly.
So, cut them off, blood swells, and then where like the 2 bone spurs are of the wings, it almost like two griffin wings shoot out, just the leather part, but then feathers will grow in. The right side will be almost a pure angelic white, whereas the black side is a pitch black.
The pain begins to fade away as if it never occurred. But you get this sinking sensation in your stomach as if something has been restored to you that is a bad memory. As if somebody reminded you of, like, something that haunted you so many years ago that you have tried so hard to forget.
And whereas the other wings were always broken, mangled, and marred, these look fully capable of flying.
I could have done that forever ago.
How are you feeling?
Better.
You look, you look a little different.
Thanks.
A little black and white. You're wrong when I'm right.
Is that what they used to look like?
No. They
What?
used to look like that, but, you know, fully capable of flight.
So the other ones used to be able to fly?
And these ones are like bat-like.
They're extremely bat-like. Almost as if I was the servant of a bat.
Yeah. That's what I'm getting together. So have your bindings changed?
Maybe?
Oh, we need to catch up to that guy.
I can do this now, and I just kick up and fly towards the great tree.
You know, I have a feeling in a little bit more experience, I should be able to do the same.
In a level or two.
Let's go.
Manzerek, as you are looking for your companions, you do, with your perception check, see Saloom heading toward the great tree. He is walking with single-minded determination. As you look down where he is and you begin to circle and come back, you see above the gate, Marrow perched and looking down at your companions as if he's watching them.
I call out in Wild Song to Saloon.
He comes to a stop and he looks up at you.
And I just fly down that way.
When you land, he looks down at you, says Manzerek. Says we need to speak.
Sorry that we did not meet better. Trust you. I feel like that was a mistake. I think that was a mistake.
You sound like every other druid. But we don't have time for this. We need to go. He says as he begins making a beeline towards the tree without further explanation.
Okay, kind of like,
Real edgelord-like.
I kind of just like casually fly behind him and try to talk to him, like asking questions like, what happened here? What's going on? Where are the druids? How long has the black blood been infesting everything?
We'll have time for all this once we're safe. We're not safe here. You know as well as I do that they can see us no matter where we are.
With that, I will stop talking and I will just follow him.
He continues.
I guess we continue.
Damon, you and Terrace are just kind of like standing in the courtyard. Terrace is just kind of like poking at certain plants. Roll me a sense motive.
28.
With a 28, Terrace is visibly agitated. He looks anxious, like he doesn't want to just stand around, and he's irritated at your companions for leaving.
Can I do another perception check?
Or
Danger? Now that I'm actually in the
sure,
courtyard.
look for danger.
Danger question mark.
It's spelled on the wall right there.
Basically, I'm looking for signs of life more than anything else. Maybe not necessarily danger, but for
It is a druid temple.
something there.
Both places lit up.
21.
With a 21, the place is lousy with life. Everything from flowers to vines, but no animals really.
That's on me. I should have
Yeah.
set my expectations higher.
Or worded it better.
Or worded it better, yeah. Terrace, is there anywhere we should go? I kind of think we should wait for them to get back.
Yes. That first and foremost, this can't be done if we die in the process. Druids probably have traps, maybe some kind of creature that they've summoned to guard the place. It's difficult.
I look around nervously. Well, we haven't been attacked yet.
He looks up at Marrow. And it's just kind of sitting there. You see a giant vulture!
That is a flipping big bird. Don't like the way it's looking at me.
Bearded vultures are terrifying looking, by the way.
Yeah,
To attract a mate, they dip their head in blood to make it red.
Hey, isn't that how the people in his tribe try to mate?
Whoa! Whoa.
Sorry. How do you guys do it?
Not our
we
heads.
shot down the other figures. Never mind, it's a better joke.
Oh man. I look back out across the open field and see if I see anybody.
You see that figure as previously described. Bear skull, antlers, walking directly into this place.
Sword out. How far away from me is he?
Depends on how far into the grove you went.
Like maybe 10 feet into the grove.
Okay, he's about 30 feet from you and approaching.
Like, who are you?
He comes to a stop. He says, I am one of the guardians of this place. Who are you?
I am with Manzerek.
He looks. You see a swan.
I fly up. He is a friend.
I-
Common.
I am guessing that's Manzerek. For some reason, he's fond of swans right now.
Because they're fast.
He walks past you. Unless you stop him.
No, it's like, what am I gonna do? This is his house. Your friend is very talkative, Manzerek.
Marrow watches. The vulture flapping its wings descends down. It is eerily quiet, as if it has more points in stealth than it has any business having. It flies down, landing on the ground and doing that kind of awkward kind of vulture shift where its shoulders do that bobbing thing and it keeps its head low to the ground. I don't know if bearded vultures walk like that. I imagine
Sure.
they do.
Start singing about friends in need.
I don't know. What do you want to do? You two, three, you get there before they do because you flew. Approach and you see Saloon walking up to the massive double doors that are the entrance of this place. As previously stated, they are wide open. You see the cobblestone floor, or I'm sorry, the flagstone floor has moss growing up through all the grooves and cracks of it. He simply strides in as if he owns this place, which he does.
I'm just looking at Manzerek for cues.
I follow him. I'm just like,
As a swan?
yeah. I can only change so many times a day. I'm gonna keep it for him.
Okay.
So I land like 5 feet outside of the door.
New
What?
threads?
New drip.
New drip. There's
Bonus to Riz.
There's something different about you.
Did I do that right?
What could it be?
Well, you ran off a bat and came back a bird.
Is racism
You ran
just,
off a frog and came back a bird.
is
That was the best of
racism
us.
just baked into the Justicar training, or is this just a you thing?
I don't think that was anything.
I just go into a temple following the goose I assume was Manzerek.
Well, he was an animal.
I harumph grumpily and follow after him.
Okay.
I cut
Let's
off
go,
his
Ragnar.
wings, and he grew new ones.
He was being pained and tortured by something that he's bound to. And now he might be bound to something else. So that's.
I am staring daggers at his back.
I got a spell that does
It's
that.
not the only time that that's happened.
He
Not
stays
even
back.
from David.
His backstairs.
2 eyes open.
As you step into the temple, there are these wide flagstones that decorate the entirety of the floor, each one of them weighing probably a few 100 pounds before being placed there so many centuries ago. You see where windows used to be are completely void, void of glass, moss growing down over it, with sunlight beaming in, casting brilliant beams of light all over this massive area. This area is probably several 100 feet wide, even more long ways, and the arched roof of it raises up several stories above you. There are massive holes in the ceiling where roots had long since grown on top of it, and the weight of them had collapsed, causing probably heavy piles of debris that has long since been cleared away to make it neat and organized by the druids, leaving these massive holes for sunlight and daylight to pour in, with roots growing down from them, finding their way down the wall and onto the floor. In the center of this room, you see a large kind of dais, where probably a statue had stood at one time. Now completely removed, a massive tree grows up from this dais, its roots cracking the marble stone and where it stood, and its branches reaching up towards the sunlight coming in through those holes. Something else you notice when you walk into this place, aside from there are 3 doors, 2 to either side flanking you, and 1 directly behind the tree, there is this gentle kind of mosaic chanting that emanates through the entirety of this place. This means nothing to any of you, but it does mean something to Manzerek. While in here, any spells cast by you, the DC of it is increased by 2, all of your saves are increased by 2, and all skill checks are increased by 2 while in the sanctum of the Druid Temple.
Is it because he's a frog?
Yes. No, it's because he's a goose. Saloon comes to a stop. He turns and he looks at you. He says, "There's something very important needs to happen at this point." He says, "And I will leave it to you. As of now, as far as I know, you and I are the last druids left here. The last true druids left here. To enter into where we need to go, we need to find the 3 keys that will open the door. They've been placed here and only the druids can access them, or should be able to access them. I can do it. But if something terrible happens, if I am no longer around and the other druids are not cured, someone else needs to take up this mantle. You need to do this." He takes a deep breath. You feel like that's what he really wanted you to say, but there's something like, there's something urgent that is in the forefront of his mind. And it's like, you guys don't matter. Anything that's happening right here does not matter. This matters. What's happening here is the only thing that matters. And you have seen Saloon. You haven't really spoken to him before. And so the way he is talking to you right now is just like, I know you don't know me and I don't know you, but things are about to go down and you need to do this. Because this is more important than we are. Is the feeling you're getting from all this.
What do you need?
Follow me.
I turned back to
He walks around the tree in the center of the room, heads towards the 2 double doors on the far side. They are cracked open, and by cracked open, I mean they are 10 feet wide open, which is only a fraction of how wide they can actually open up. Stepping into this, there is another large door on the far side. This one is just a standard double-sized door, made out of what looks to be steel, a mixture of stone and steel. There are carvings in the stone of what look to be demonic figures reaching up from some kind of horrid pit surrounded by flame with bats encircling them. This preserved only through the magics that preserve the entirety of this place. This door seeming to have an active magic about it, which is keeping it clean and void of any vegetation that might grow into it. There are 2 more doors that flank to either side, and Saloon turns and heads towards the western door. Opening it up, he steps in, and you see 3 small pillars inside of this room. 1 directly in front of you and 2 flanking to either side at a 45-degree angle. On the far end, you see these black roots that are coming down from the ceiling and covering the whole far side of the wall. And you see that they are surrounding what looks to be a small figurine, but completely engulfed in roots that you can't make out what it is. He touches one of the pedestals. There are 3 keys here, each one of them a chrysalis brought forth from the Fey realm. It's only when their magics are gathered here that the seal of the door can be broken. This is standard procedure for the druids here, but a rite of passage for any that will be joining the council. That is why I'm asking you to do this. Like I said, I could do it if you fail, but if something were to happen to me, I would feel better knowing someone takes my place. There are 3 rooms that you have to go into, each one of them a trial that you have to face. Can you do this?
To the best of my ability, yes.
He says, fine. Then I shall wait here. Your friends can accompany you on this mission. By the way, Marrow's in here. This giant vulture just kind of makes its way into the room. He says, the 3 trials are directly across from here, and then the 2 other doors that flank that tree in the center room. You can go into whichever one at your leisure that you feel comfortable with.
Can you tell me anything about what I might expect?
Each trial is centered around something that a druid must be proficient at. Whether it is communing with animals, being able to wild shape, or their knowledge of nature.
Okay.
Hurry.
I go to the first one you mentioned.
The one directly across? So I would assume like the rest of you gather at the door and you're watching this go down.
Yeah.
I would have been looking at that door with the beam of hit in the flames. Just
You're just standing there looking
kind
at
of looking at it, like, knowing I feel like I should know more about it than I probably do.
it. Mm-hmm. Roll me knowledge arcana.
Need you to stop rolling this one now. Only a 23.
With only a 23, you lay your hand on the stone. You feel the energy that's permeating from it. It's familiar, but it's changed. It feels as if the overall energy that had created this door, that had locked it, the kind of infernal arcane lock that it once had, has been shifted and changed. You believe, you're like, the druids did this. Druids been screwing with this. And that's like, yep, there's just no other way about it. But feeling it, you feel like at one time, you knew how to open this. And it had nothing to do with Fey Chrysalis, it had nothing to do with druid magic, it had nothing to do with trials. You're like, somebody's been screwing with my door. It's kind of like the feeling you get from it.
Like I had a key card that would have opened it, but
Yes, and now it's just like, who changed locks?
I walk close to Manzerek. Like, Manzerek, are you sure about this?
No.
oh good.
Where are all the other druids?
They've been.
I don't think he knows.
Intoxicate, is that the word?
It is now.
Curse?
Most.
I'll back you up, but be careful.
You stay close.
But not too close for fireball.
Hey-o.
Just like 2020, it's a 20-foot radius between person to person.
Just don't concern us.
Can I roll it?
The one he's looking at?
No, well, potentially. I don't know. I can't remember if it's the same door. Well, yeah, that door.
The one that you need to unlock?
Yep.
Knowledge nature? Yes, you may.
My nature would have been high.
Yeah, but that's not what interested you.
Right.
28.
With a 28, that door's been altered by druid magic. Somebody changed the locks. You feel as if the vines that dominate the room you were just in, they're different. They are actively aggressive to anyone that would try to screw with them or even this door. You don't know what that means. It's just a feeling you get. And that door that you're looking at now, though it is not directly connected to the tree because that's impossible, just due to the nature of this door, you feel like it is very, very trapped. Anybody that would try to open this door would actively incite aggression from the great tree. You're effectively living at the base of a tree that is not afraid to choke somebody out.
So, we'll try to.
You see like vines coming down from the ceiling?
Both me and Manzerek just sort of push you off to the side. No. Someone changed the locks.
That's a rogue.
What did this room look like before the last time I was here? Or does the temple look different? It looks pretty much the same.
It looks different.
You've just never gone past this area.
Yeah.
You did everything in that great hall where the tree was. You weren't allowed to explore any farther into the temple.
Okay.
For reasons.
For raisins.
So, which trial first, Manzerek?
Preferably this one. Where I look at the vines.
The door that you're going into, so as you step out from the room that he described, to the left is the door you need to unlock. The trial room is on the far side.
Okay, that's where I thought it was at.
Yeah.
The trial room.
That door is a massive, just mundane stone door with the vines that have grown in and around it, but with enough slack to them to allow them to open wide. You do see druidic runes carved through the entirety of this door. They are prayers. You looking at them, you can read them. You know what they say. They are prayers to Gozra. You got a strong feeling that anything beyond this door would be something towards the knowledge of the religious aspect of Druidicism.
Begin to recite the prayers, like reading them out loud. And I would follow whatever language they're in. Once I get done with the prayer, I go ahead and
By the way, as you recite the prayer, his voice goes from that abnormally deep croak of a Gripply that he has, but as he says it, it's almost as if it is being amplified by ghost sound. It begins to emanate and resonate through the entirety of this temple. Pressing on the door, there's no weight to it. With a gentle push, these two massive stone doors that probably weigh well over a ton together swing effortlessly open. The room that extends beyond looks like at one point it was a temple or a place of worship at some point. There are stone pews that extend through the entirety of this long, narrow room. There are pews that line the side with large pillars to each side of what probably held religious figures that have long since been removed, leaving only the dais there in an empty kind of regression into the wall. But that is not what gets your attention. On the far side, there is an altar, completely void of any religious figures or shapes or anything like that, but a figure sits on this altar. A living figure, an active figure. This towering stern woman wears her long blonde hair in braids. She carries a reel of golden thread and a pair of shears. She is wearing a dress very form-fitting and barely covering much of her body, comfortable in her natural state. As her legs are crossed, void of any kind of footwear or weapons aside from the shears that she holds in her hand. She sits playing with the spool of golden thread in one hand and the shears in the other, as she is looking contemplatively at the ground in a worried state.
Knowledge religion?
This would be knowledge nature. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
22.
Only an 18.
24.
Oh, Taylor's to the rescue here! He's going to put a couple of prestige points to have knowledge
So
nature.
rolling at 20.
Rolls
I don't know what that is. He steps into the room. Whoa, madam. He pulls his kind of top hat down. He's like, madam. Sitting with the shears, she opens and closes them, giving out this kind of resonating noise. This over and over.
Also, to give you kind of a scope of this woman sitting there,
Get a +2.
I rolled a 3. There's no coming back from that.
she is 14 feet tall.
Oh.
And weighs 800 pounds. But don't ask her. Every woman watching this is like, we are but simple men.
How do we proceed?
Hello. Come in, she says.
I begin to walk closer. What language did she respond?
She responded in Sylvan.
I continue to speak to her in Sylvan.
You illiterate.
You have me at a loss. I'm not entirely sure who you are.
She says, yes. She reaches out. She plucks the air. From the golden spool to your chest, a golden thread appears. But I know who you are, Manzerek.
My sword comes whistling out of its sheath.
I begin to walk towards her.
She begins to reel in the thread as you get closer.
Manzerek.
As a matter of fact, I also know why you're here. The thread disappears. What I don't know, though, is why I should give you this. She presents a purplish, kind of crystalline object in her hand. Tiny compared to her. With a blackened base on the wide end of it that grips around the structure.
Knowledge.
Nature.
It's in the 30s. It's almost in the 40s.
Where the magic of the Fey realm and the material plane mesh together, the magics can coalesce into what is called a Fey chrysalis. A Fey chrysalis is an incredibly rare and valuable object. What it can do is any druid that possesses it can cast their spells as if 2 levels higher. Yes.
Oh, shoot.
It does have a finite amount that will allow it to do, and once the magic is used as such, it turns into an inert glass shard.
I look at it and then look back at her. I am likely not a worthy vessel for such a beautiful artifact. But I'm not here to use it for myself. I'm here to use it to save the druids. Hopefully the tree itself.
say? And I respond in Sylvan verbatim.
I nod in agreement. As
Can you put that in common?
I am going to thrash you after.
Could you speak up so our audience can hear what you're saying?
I am
If
going
you're
to
right,
thrash you after this is all over.
No, you're not.
and Orin isn't me speaking, right?
I know your AC.
Oh, that's scary. That's a
I don't
good threat.
care.
I know how hard it is.
She says, I know. I know why you're here. I saw it years ago. She says, what I didn't see, though, is why you would be here. You see, she tilts her head. You don't know what I am, do you?
I assume from this conversation you are a great creature. Very specifically, a creature of great power, potentially running.
So Manzerek is trying to seduce her,
It's not
and it's not working out.
Get it.
That's the,
Huh.
I forgot what it's called. Yeah. No, that's not. But I'm clearly flustered trying to talk to her, and I'm like, I know you are of great power. I do not know who you are.
I have been a servant of the druids of this tree ever since this tree first existed. I'm from the Fey Wilds. I predate this tree and even the fortress that the tree resides on.
neat.
She says, what I do is I can see the fate of other creatures. Her thread reappears again. She says, and more than that, she pulls on it. The thread extends out to every living thing in this room. It connects to the moss on the ground, to the butterfly flittering in the air, to everything. To Rayato, to you, to everyone, except Dr. Tone. She grips it. She says, not only can I see the bindings of their fate, she pulls it, that thread tugs on your chest again. She puts those shears up to the thread, pulling up to make it arc over the blade. She says, I can even alter it. This, she makes the thread disappear, has been my charge since the first Archdruid took control of this place. Ever since the first Archdruid stepped into the great tree, giving her life to preserve it and continue its connection to the Fey world and the world of druids. I've watched druids come and go over the years, and I've killed more than my fair share of those that weren't worthy. But one thing I've never really tried was connecting to the tree itself. You see a thread appear, and it's not one whole thread. It's sectioned and distorted as it reaches up, as if she doesn't have control of it. I can't feel the tree's fate or know what it is. I can't see what's going to happen to it. And it disappears. I feel that everything that has been built here is dying. I'm sure your druid friend has already told you that everything here is sick. The tree is infected and the druids are gone. My entire purpose is to know and understand. But I don't anymore. I don't understand what's happening. And more than that, I can't stop it. Whatever's made this tree sick is older than I am. So tell me, Manzerek, why should I give you or your friends What does it matter? She drops it and it hits the stone altar with a loud.
I like try to be like stoic the whole time, but as soon as it hits the ground, I like jerk, like almost like an instinctive reaction, like grab it, like throw myself. As I said before, did I see that he did use my quick?
Roll me perception. You saw it.
Oh yeah.
$24.
You both saw it.
Cool.
Just gonna.
Because I would imagine, like, to see the thread in your chest, you would look, and the immediate thing would be like, my friend.
Oh no.
Oh, that's shiny.
Why did you not have information?
Is his fate not bound?
That's what you care about?
No.
He is who you care about?
Or I've died before.
That doesn't matter. Of course you've died before. He's not real. But that's not what's important.
So
I'm
if
sorry,
we-
wait.
If we can
We'll revisit
restore,
that later, I promise.
if we can restore the druidic circle, would that give you purpose back?
No.
Sure. Yeah. Of course it would.
But you don't care.
I don't believe you.
I mean, this place used to
Don't
be.
believe me or don't believe in me or us.
Yes. Whichever. Pick one.
Hmm.
How important is it to you to restore the tree?
Pretty important.
Pretty
Seems to be
important.
attached to every living being in the
You,
universe.
she gestures, this should be the most important thing to you.
I would gladly give my life for the tree, for the druid order, for Belthair's Mia. I would gladly give everything for this tree and for what I have come to love and believe. I would gladly give my life for nature, for this world, for all of the people that live in it, for every animal, for every blade of grass, for every worm that crawls and creeps through this earth. I would gladly give my life. Please teach me.
You'd be willing to sacrifice everything?
Not once before. I left my family. I left my culture. I left my people. Expecting to be an outcast. I will do it again.
Fine. A thread extends from Rayado. I will trade you the chrysalis for Rayado's life.
What's going on? What's happening?
Prove to me.
I don't know if she's bluffing or not, but I think she's gonna kill Rayado
What?
in exchange for the artifact.
I go over to Rayado and I like hold his head, like his face in my hands. And like I put my forward head against his. And I weep a little bit.
What does Gozra say about sacrificing an animal companion, no less? Surely the god of nature would frown upon such an act.
This isn't about him, this is about you. Focus.
As I said before, I would give my life. It is not my responsibility. It is not within my power to sacrifice his life. I will, for the betterment, if it pleases you, if it must be required, I will set Rihanna free. He will no longer be my animal companion. He will no longer return to the forest. And he will do what he does. It is not of my power to give his life. It is in my power to give mine.
No. You took that responsibility when you saved him those many years ago with Darren. You watched him hatch. You trained him, fed him. Letting him go, that's easy. Giving your life, it's easy. Sacrificing something that you love for something that's right. You think that this tree can be saved? Then prove it to me! Like I said, I've killed so many druids in the past. I've watched them weep over their animal companions, and I've seen their animal companions weep for them. Death is known after a time, when your entire purpose in life is to watch these threads snap. Sure.
That's not for me.
She about to kill this raptor. I ask you again, for the last time. What's more important?
His life is mine. His life is supposed to live. I cannot shoot that. My life is mine to kill. Like I just said, I would gladly do it for everything in this forest. But I cannot make the decision for something else or someone else.
You have to. He is your responsibility. Look at him. That exists because of you. If you truly believed that, you should have left him to freeze that day. Unincubated and unincubated and unhatched. A rotten shell just like his siblings. But no. It was your life to restore. Now show me that it's your life to take. He's an extension of you. Your life to you may be meaningless. I know you care about him, Manzerek. Stop stalling. Yes or no?
No. It's what must be done. It's what must be done.
The thread disappears the second before she snips it. Rayado looks down and looks up at you. I hope you're right.
So Rayon didn't get it. Just call it before we get it and says again. Thank you. And when this is all done, we would love to have the chance to teach me.
I hope there is a I know you care about Rayado. I know you care about your friends. But like I said, sometimes the right thing to do is the hardest thing to do. I hope you see that.
Say thank you.
She said it's your work. In her work.
I don't understand that.
Word that
Yeah, no, all I know is things were really tense, and I do not like this lady.
And I begin to walk out.
And after about 2 minutes,
Did he riz her?
One last thing before you leave.
I stop and I turn around.
She reaches into her pouch. She pulls out what looks to be a whetstone. It looks obsidian almost. A pitch flat and dark stone. As she holds it in her hand, you see it change from a very comfortable shape for her to a much smaller shape as she tosses it.
Drop it before it hits my mouth. I'll grab it.
It's like a pea you're gonna choke on. What you're about to put in her body?
I don't know yet.
It was a whetstone. He just said it.
The size of it.
What do you get taking 10 on spellcraft?
It's 16.
16? You would recognize what
Oh,
she
well,
just...
technically. No, it's a 20.
You would recognize what she has handed you. This is the apprentice's whetstone. At first glance, this appears to be a simple whetstone. It can be used as such to keep weaponry in good condition. However, an apprentice's whetstone makes weapons sharper than most. By spending 15 minutes sharpening a bladed weapon, the weapon gains a +1 bonus to damage rolls for the next 8 hours, or until the weapon loses any hit points, whichever comes first. The effect works on both mundane and magical items. In addition, 3 times per day, the user can press the whetstone to any item and speak a command word to repair it, as the spell Mending. This effect always works on magical items regardless of the cast level, and always restores its maximum amount of hit points.
Wow.
I don't like the foreshadowing you got going on here.
In Druidic, she says restoration.
I didn't say thank you. I begin to walk off. Pass it to you. I kind of explain what it is.
Oh.
What? In what language?
But
What do you speak? It's in Dwarven. I don't know if you speak that.
He's not a dwarf.
I know not.
I mean, he.
No, I say it
So
in common.
You got that word wrong. It's this one.
I say it in common. I don't you do it too.
but what happened in there?
Oh, I guess.
I almost traded Brianna's life for
The crystals?
You lie.
the key to open. Hopefully, the key to saving druids.
Well, that's not fair.
No.
I don't think she cared.
No.
She was older.
You said he was trying to
She
raise
was
her up.
older than the tower itself. So
What? She's a goddess?
fey creature might as well be.
Oh, Manzerek.
Was she
To
pretty?
mechanically put it into perspective, none of you knew what she was.
So I'm just gonna assume she was a deity, and so Damon immediately takes a dislike to her because
So she was,
Atheist.
in a temple.
agnostic.
Whatever.
She could cut the fake.
I'm also fake.
Silly court. That's the word I was looking for the whole friggin' time.
Silly court.
Yeah. The gavel's just like a.
Can you use that in a sentence?
And she was a silly court.
Silly court
Unseelie
is
or
that
unseelie
word he
court.
was trying to
Hopefully
think
not
of.
unseelie. Oh, please not hopefully unseelie. Oh, if she's unseelie, we did a bad thing.
What do you?
Womp womp.
We'll
It was
come
a
back to
well-
this later.
We'll revisit that later as well. What?
Yeah, he's not bound to fate.
I'm not real.
Real. He doesn't exist. Maybe in this timeline.
Maybe.
Speaking
Let's go.
Do we want to go ahead and put that down before we
Yeah,
go
let's go to the
number
next
2?
door. I return to Saloon. Presenting the Christmas.
He takes it, he looks at you. He touches your shoulder gently before turning and placing the chrysalis on one of the pencils.
I go to the next door.
That moment was kind of like the closest thing you could get to.
A hug.
Yeah. He was like, damn.
So I am going to assume that, like, had that been cut, Brianna would not be able to be resurrected.
How cheap would that be, though?
I mean, so cheap. Be like,
Yeah, give him up, sure. Snap. Whoa, 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 from.
I was hoping the answer was no all along.
You want to know?
He didn't pass the nature checks. I don't think he should get to
I
that.
kind of want to know.
It's kind of
Yeah,
part
I mean,
of
it's
the
kind of
game.
a moot point.
No,
The answer's no, though.
It's a moot.
Utterly terrible, we know.
Go to the next closest
I
door.
don't want to be a cow to look at.
Is it also prayers or is it something else?
Going to the next door, you head into the main cathedral area where the tree is growing up from where the statue once was. There are doors to the east and to the west, or to the east and to the west, whichever way you look at it. Which door would you like to exhume? The east. The east. The eastest, mostest doorest. Doors.
No.
Again is another stone door. This one mundane as the previous one, with intricate carvings of nature carved into it. Everything from fey creatures to different types of plants in this like odd kind of mosaic pattern about it. But aside from that, it's like a normal door.
Let's try.
Opening this door, you are greeted with a long hallway. This hallway has an exuberant amount of moss in it on the floor, the ceilings, and this wall, dropping down kind of like Spanish moss do. There is a heavy scent of water, like that of a fresh fountain, emanating from this room, or from this hallway. At the far end of the hallway, you do see that it opens up, and you see what looks to be a massive well in the middle of this otherwise completely empty room. The ceiling is completely gone, allowing sunlight, natural light to just pour into this room, with probably a 3-foot wall that circles the entirety of this well-looking thing.
Are there goldfish in it?
You don't know.
There seem to be.
At least 5.
I identify the moss.
You might-
yeah.
Mostly trying to see if it's.
What do you get taking 10 on nature?
21.
10.
21.
17?
Mostly trying to see if it's like dangerous to walk on or just dark and wet.
Okay.
Neat. It's just normal moss.
Okay.
What about the 29?
It's normal moss.
Okay.
What was the third mile?
It's normal moss.
I didn't get that.
I didn't think so.
Alright, I take a step onto this one.
It's way
It's soft and will look wet.
Like the
Just
swamp.
like home.
Like normal moss.
Just like what?
But if it were to stop, it'd be no moss.
Oh,
this is where we draw the line!
Every week. As soon as somebody else does it, offended.
That's pretty good though. No more.
I go over to the 3-foot wall.
I also love
You see
It
that
doesn't.
there is
It is.
a crystal clear pool. You are able to see down, but it is kind of hard to judge how deep this really does go. At the bottom of this, hang on, and I will just show you.
How do you shoot Humpty Dumpty use?
We got a rope. We can go fishing.
Yeah, we might want to do that.
Have we done that yet? This game?
I don't think in this campaign. I've avoided it.
No, not fishing, but he's definitely dipping.
No, we
some-
have.
some.
Me in the water.
Oh, that's right.
No worry. Yeah. It has
It's
happened.
usually a max.
It didn't take very long for us to do it.
Like a fly fishing lure.
I mean, if Ragnar's doing it.
Accidentally smacks him into the wall.
Quit! Go! Hitting me!
46 damage from fall damage. I don't like that there's a map.
I do like it.
I mean, I appreciate
Wow.
it. I just.
That's a nice
Is that green stuff the
It
normal
usually
This is full of water.
moss? Okay.
Is it like
The map making program wouldn't allow me to fill it with water.
But you said it's clear, so
Hang on.
that's good.
I'm gonna try.
It's crystal clear.
Like Del Hollow. Canadian or
Hey,
what's that about? What are you on?
I don't think he knows.
hey, there you go.
You know that thing earlier or
Nope.
Mm.
Just nope.
It's,
Anyway,
no.
that's full of water.
Okay.
Can't tell.
What's the little red thing?
That is the fake chrysalis.
Oh, just go get it.
Oh yeah.
Also, kind of an
Oh, that's a hand.
Oh, that's
Oh,
dangerous.
it's
You're gonna
flipping
get-
me off. Kinda.
I touch the water.
It is cool and refreshing.
Is that a drain down there?
It is a drain down there.
Can I lift the drain with magic?
What's the range on Mage Hand?
It's fine.
And doesn't it say it has to be unobstructed?
I also have ranged ledgerman though, so I can actually disable device and manipulate objects.
But it has to be unobstructed.
Not really. I can unlock locks with it.
Yes, if there's nothing between you and the lock.
Is the
There's
water in between?
Yeah.
Water? What?
It's filled with water. He said it like four times.
Yeah, but they can't go through water.
Very much the same way that if there wasn't water there, an arrow would find its way down much easier.
Womp womp.
Yeah. Yeah. And?
Welcome to his world. Literally.
You telekinet, sis.
You proud of yourself?
Get out.
No.
I'm just confused.
No. It was lame, and I debated long and hard, but
Well, you should have
Did
debated
you?
more. That's awful.
I cast destroy water.
Destroy water?
It's a spell.
It's called Fireball.
Can I tell if this water is
Cool
fresh
and
water?
refreshing?
I assume so.
Is it spring or well?
Yeah, it fills underwater.
What?
You can't do Mage Hand.
According to who?
Me.
Master of the universe. Man who dictates how physics
you
work.
looked directly into the camera when you said that.
Yeah.
Should have went up close.
Yes, nothing says omnipotent power is like breaking the fourth wall.
Fine.
Nothing says omnipotent powers like neener, neener, neener. I said so.
Can I tell if the water is salt water? I assume it's fresh water.
It is salt water.
It is salt water?
Oh, that's dangerous.
Okay.
We're gonna get music like this.
Oh gosh.
Please sue him, Disney.
Just him in particular.
Just him.
not us.
I call out just like to see if anything responds.
We have frog. I have cast. I have throw frog.
Are you talking about
How far down do you think that is?
Well, we couldn't tell how deep it was, so we don't know.
You have so many options.
We do have so many options.
Well,
I
if
get
you
into the
estimate by
water.
a brick.
Is there like a trap sense or anything?
This I know what this is. I'm just gonna leave it for you to
Fifteen
figure out now.
Yeah. I'm gonna get in the water and I'm gonna turn into a squid.
There you go. Squid. That's not the right one, but that's good enough.
Well, you can search for anything that's as small as his beak, so you know. That's a scary thought.
What? It's called escape artist.
Yeah.
I was asking.
He went to look up
Yeah,
squid.
dummy.
Yeah.
He went to look up squid, typed in squid, the very first thing it said squid game.
Has a lot of wiggle out of stuff.
Yep.
How far away is it?
You do not know.
Okay.
It's
It
twice
is
now.
obstructed by water and is difficult to determine how far down
I'm
it
assuming
is.
it's dark.
Not
No.
super.
Okay. I begin to swim down. If I feel that it is like really far away, I'm like,
jet down 200 feet.
I give him a stone that's like cast on it first.
Sure.
So you have the light source.
I also imagine you shapeshift and you're like over the wall.
Octodad's his way there.
And then he like falls in the water, you hold out the stone, he's like
This is Octodad.
you. Anyway.
Yeah, so I swim into it.
You do, once in the water, you are able to get more of an understanding of like what you're looking at here. It is 100 feet down.
Okay, yeah, so I'm gonna jet.
You jet 70 feet down, you're now 30 feet. This hand extends 20 feet up. I'm sorry, 10 feet up.
Okay.
So you are 10 feet from the...
I touch the hand.
As you get down to it, you touch the hand. As you do so, this sound emits out, this... When it does, the rest of you standing there hear it through the water. This like muffled, high-pitched ring as that of the alarm spell. As you do that, you see these tentacles begin to emit out from the rock. As the largest octopus you have ever seen in your life begins to present itself from under the rocks. The kind of bulbous eyes perched on the top of its head in that kind of in figure 8 shape peers up at you as you touched the stone, and it begins to quickly make its way towards you, and I will need you and it to roll for initiative. Anybody else that wants to act, because you can see this happening.
I'm looking down there going, they never covered this in the
That's
academy.
good.
Sure.
Yeah, it
Just
is.
in case he's...
I don't think I can help you though.
Oh, I know I can't.
That's what always happens when we go fishing.
I should have cast Bark Skin on you.
Yeah, that might have been
But here we are.
Max is no longer allowed to go in the water.
He
Hey,
has to
you
be in water
frog
now and
person,
then.
you can't get in water anymore.
Womp womp.
Wompity womp womp.
I mean, probably.
I jet 200 feet up. Out of the water.
With it? You still have to grab the thing.
Interaction move action.
Perry. Damn it.
17.
Ragnar.
22.
I'm close, but I'm not fast.
Manzerek.
29.
You first.
And Dr.
Not 20? 20?
I have a higher initiative bonus.
With a nat 20, I'm going to put in my head of you.
Oh,
He
fine.
gets
I'll give it to
one.
him.
He gets
You're
one.
in the middle of the pack, my guy.
I don't know what to do with myself.
That's ridiculous.
Not everyone has gone.
I'm used to having to heal somebody by now.
Well, you're not in the fight, so.
There's only one person.
Surprise round. The octopus jets up towards you with one swift push of its tentacles.
And
So is it mechanically jet? Or
No, theatrically jets.
I ran.
But it is going to try to hit you.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
Ooh, this is about to hurt.
20 even?
No.
Okay.
Thank you, wild shape runner.
Oh, yeah. Wild shape armor?
Is that the only reason he likes it?
Oh, yeah.
No.
Would bark skin stack on?
All right. Does a 29 hit you?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's swimming up to me and doing multiple attacks.
No.
spinning like a
So it shoots up to you, extending out to grab you as you just kind of like zip between its tentacles. And top of the initiative, Manzerek.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Do you say that in loud speech?
In the language of my squid and octopus brother.
All cephalopods understand.
A Squidward language.
It kind of like wraps its tentacles around the hand as it looks at you. It says, yes, food.
Can I feed you something in exchange for this Christmas here?
Want me to handle animal? Animal.
30, not natural. Obviously.
Nat 30! All day, baby!
Food. Yes. Food. Give you food. In exchange for this food. I
Get the contents of your back.
Wow.
I will also say, with your handle animal, it doesn't seem to really care about the crystals. Okay. So when you're like in exchange for, it's just like you say you're gonna give me food?
will you allow me to swim to the top and then give you food?
Food, yes.
I go and I grab it and I motion for it to follow me and I swim up to the top.
The rest of you see a terrifying sight.
Yes, we do.
As you're, how big a squid are you?
A medium-sized creature.
As you see an octopus twice the size of your squid friend begin to follow him up, pluming out like a large fleshy umbrella and then pushing again as it makes its way towards the surface. You come out and squid can kind of like do this horizontal thing on the water. Octopodi don't. They just... As its bulbous head comes out of the water and looks up at you with eyes larger than baseballs.
Scrambles back. Was like, oh shit.
Did you say you grabbed the...
Yeah, I did grab it. So I swim up, I pass it to whoever's closest to me, put it in your hand. Would one of you fine gentlemen mind feeding my friend here?
Its tentacles spew over the edge as it pulls itself up.
I assume you want us to give it something.
Just some food.
I throw my ration.
Food, it says again.
You want more? Food. I
What do
get
I
out,
have?
I turn into myself, and I
Oh,
will no
the
longer
best
be able
kind
to
of food.
understand him, and I give him a ration. Now that I can't understand him, let's leave.
Sure. Adios.
So I'm like,
I have a ring assessment, so I know how rations.
Oh, that is your downfall.
One was old.
How much?
like
4 rations?
yeah.
It takes them, it spills back into the water as if it was finally pleased with how much you gave it.
What the hell,
Take
man?
this back. Take. I don't want this.
And just like that, you're out of combat.
Wow.
14-foot god
One
lady
time,
and
I
now a
opened the
giant
bag of the
octopus?
bag.
This place is strange.
What's next? A minotaur?
Now, these
I
tasks
feel
are
like we could kill him.
I made
These trials are easier than his was.
The first one he had to be willing to sacrifice for it.
And he still failed.
Also, these trials are designed for a high-level druid to accomplish daily.
So this is going to be nothing.
Right, this is just something they do. Every day.
Every day they have to sacrifice their own companion.
Every day of
Every
suffering.
single day.
Well, not that one. That one's a little different.
Return to saloon, and I pass it.
I was waiting for him to like just vanish after you in the first one.
So do they return back to their origins once they're on the pedestal?
No, they just sit there.
Then why do they have to redo it every day? Who puts them back?
Some schmo.
They don't have to. They don't have to descend into the temple every day. Firstly, and secondly, they only converge at the temple twice a year. And so this is done twice a year, but it's meant to be done by a high-level druid with ease. It's kind of what
They just chuck them back.
yeah, they put them back. So anybody that explores the temple while they're
Would not
gone,
be able. I got you.
yeah.
So druidic ones.
And also too, like even if they do manage to accomplish this, it doesn't mean anything if you're not a druid. Usually.
Yeah, I just have a key card that doesn't work anymore. Freaking.
Do you have any advice with this last door?
If you were able to accomplish these eyes too, this next one should be simple.
The voice of Morgan Freeman comes out of nowhere, but he was wrong.
That was terrible.
I know.
Like, awful. You're gonna take an angelic man's voice and make it that terrible?
I feel judged.
You should.
Whatever.
He is actively judging you. Good job, Ames.
Manzerek descended into the temple, but little did he know, he was sweet.
Berta. Whoa.
Whoa.
Pump the brakes, buddy. Anyway.
Don't leave yourself there.
Heading back through the chapel, you see the third and final door. This door, very similar to the last one, only different.
Yep.
Okay.
Same
but
carvings, same nature motif, same mundane stone door.
I open the door.
When you open the door, something is different about this one, though. There are stairs descending 10 feet down. And emitting up through the stairs is heat. Not unnatural heat, but like stepping outside in the middle of summer humid heat.
So we feel observed in this moment.
Observed?
All the stairs.
You don't get any XP.
Specifically.
That's funny.
This is worse than when I said you avert his gaze.
It's still hurting
Impressive.
From down below, you also hear the chirping of insects. This.
Neat.
I don't like that sound.
I'm sure.
This is code for lunch. And I walk down.
I follow that behind
You begin to descend.
Lily pads. And this.
Whoa, another hand.
I'm gonna hand it to him. He was really into this. That's impressive. How long did it take you to do this?
Well, it's taken him days to get this.
I feel like that's okay.
There was a joke there somewhere, and it just.
Do the rest of you follow
I'm
suit?
right behind him.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Yes, everybody?
Yes,
I would
everybody.
be 20 feet away. Because.
Sure.
Why not?
Because you don't trust our DM.
Now I don't. After that joke.
As you shouldn't.
Wait, why am I in the back? That's not good.
You said 20
I know.
feet away.
I know. I'm regretting.
You descend down the stairs, and what is presented to you now... Yeah, I forgot I had stuff written down. What is presented to you now... Taris is with you. Is a jungle. Is flora and fauna that shouldn't be native to this area. A tropical feeling climate expands out before you for hundreds and hundreds of feet, with walls to either side that arch up to what looks to be a magically artificial sun that gives this area the kind of climate it needs for all of this to exist and to live. As you step down, I will need a perception check. Go ahead and give me a +1 to that.
+1?
Yeah.
Just +1? Not +3?
For high ground. Huh?
Would it be? No. It would be just +1.
My, prestige levels. Not the first level.
And then yes, +3.
Prestige already?
30.
So you are able to tell that there was a trap, but because you stayed 10 feet back,
You get to be like, oh, there was a trap there. As the rest of you step through, and it emits out another alarm spell. That same high-pitched ring echoes out, and
I will need
Initiative?
no initiative. But that does happen.
Wisdom saving throw.
Oh.
They heard it. It wasn't a silent alarm. It was
No, it was not a silent alarm. You all hear it,
okay.
and it was loud.
I call out the druid. See if anyone gets here.
Is it chirping stop?
Yeah.
I look at
Since you ask, all the chirping has stopped.
survival to look at footprints. 16.
So you take a minute to kind of examine and look, right? As you're looking through, we'll say you step out about 10, 20 feet from the staircase, you know, to look about. As you look down at the tracks and look through the brush, yeah, there was something big that had come through here. You see that there are indentions of what to be some kind of theropod, it would seem. I think it's a theropod or a bipedal dinosaur. But with that roll, you can't exactly make out what it is. What do you get taking 10 on perception?
Oh. Perception, taking 10. 31 right now.
That's taking 10?
Yeah.
Is that with your +2?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A.
what?
Thanks. You're welcome.
Oh.
I'm
As
very specialized.
As you look at the ground and listen, you don't hear its footsteps. That of a predator making its way through the undergrowth. You hear its breath gently as you slowly turn and you see it peering at you through the trees. A Tyrannosaurus Rex. As it's looking directly at you and slowly stepping towards you, you are being hunted. And even though you're looking directly at it, you know, what do you get knowledge nature taking 10?
29 right now.
29. With a 29, you know that if you move, it will charge. But it is not a surprise round because you see it. It fails it doesn't meet its DC to sneak up on you.
Shall Manzerek.
Standard action Allosaurus.
All right. So I will need initiative from the party.
Oh man.
There we go again.
Beat me, probably.
No, there's no way I
Oh,
beat you.
okay.
Large or huge?
Huge.
I'm huge. What? So you said it's a T-Rex?
Yes.
Is that huge?
It is gargantuan. I'm
Okay.
not sure, but I don't have a gargantuan.
Okay, that's what I was like.
All right. Perry.
14.
And your bonus is a low. Is bigger than
Damon.
21.
Ragnar.
11.
Manzerek.
27.
And Dr. Coe.
5.
Yeah, you're right.
All right.
It's worth
So we're
it.
going to take a short break, and we'll be back in just a minute. See ya.
I looked at it and said, all right, here's how this is going to go down.
Stop. Up first on the initiative, because this is not a surprise round. Not your food.
I just saw the T-Rex.
Manzerek, you shapeshift into an Allosaurus, another apex predator, not in the same area though, as the Tyrannosaurus Rex. I don't even think it was in the same period, but I could be wrong. You shift. The T-Rex shifts back, kind of tilting its head to examine you, no longer in stealth mode because what it was stalking is no longer prey. But it does acknowledge you. What do you do?
Can you understand me?
Yes.
Do you want to choose this fight, or do you want to walk away?
This is my territory.
We can be gone after just a couple minutes. We will leave you alone. You will never see us again.
Let me handle animal.
25.
So as... Hang on a sec. 25, you say? It doesn't seem to want to back down. No. Leave. Pray mine. It says, referring to the rest of your party. It squares up, ready to fight you over it.
Oh, this is not good.
But effectively, combat has not started because it is doing the animalistic standoff. Because it knows fighting you may not be worth the effort if it can just get you to leave.
I can just fly over to the pedestal and get it.
If you want to do that, it might be a good idea. But if you leave the area, it might attack.
Damon.
It's like, are we... I don't want to fight this thing.
I wouldn't want to fight it either.
Manzerek, give me a sign, buddy.
I roar and cast Bear's Endurance on myself.
Oh, I was going to say that exchange took you
Okay.
around. Yeah. But I will say, in doing so, when it gets to its round, unless something provokes it, it will not attack.
Okay.
Because it's just like, I fought. Damon?
Just defensive stance.
+2.
+2.
Okay.
A total defense.
The T-Rex spends its time. It's going to try to roll to intimidate you.
Oh, that'd be
10,
fun.
10 plus your wisdom modifier plus your hit dice. As the Alice rolls.
18?
No.
I didn't think so.
Didn't roll well.
Perry!
Fight me. Alright, Mr. Carey.
Cretaceous Park. About to drop a sick album.
From the stairs,
I am T Tiny Hands.
knock an arrow.
Okay.
You're gonna shoot T Tiny Hands?
And prepare to shoot the tiny hands and protects any of us.
Okay.
Oh.
Ragnar.
Wait. Hulk smash?
Again,
are
Disney.
we gonna fight this thing? I ask you if we're fighting this thing. You don't know? I'll make that decision for you.
Oh boy.
Do it. You're gonna
He
attack
wants to roll
something
some
that
dice.
is
Defending against territory.
Gargantuan.
gargantuan.
He walked up to a
mechanically.
tree and said, "Come at me, bro," with 2 health.
You know what? That did happen.
I had more than 2. I had 7.
And then he proceeded to inflict 156 damage.
In one swipe.
Yeah, I'm gonna just stroll up to this guy. The problem is I'm only gonna be able to get within 10 feet of it.
Ragnar lives the life of F around and find out. A professional. of you.
Usually he's the one finding out, though. That's the problem.
I am well aware of that problem.
I've
for him.
never died.
50-50.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And thank you. But I've still never died like some people.
Is it that good?
Not this game.
This campaign.
Not this game.
Which is
A new. This is a correct version.
Tabiel, on the other hand.
Honestly, it's pretty amazing that nobody's died yet.
Hey, I'm working on it.
so am I.
Tabiel had season tickets to Valhalla.
5, 10, 15, 20,
I'm before 20. Unless it's difficult terrain.
25, 30, 35 you will provoke.
I guess I'm gonna provoke.
Do it.
I said that I guess I'm gonna provoke.
Alright.
I guess I do that.
Does he still move his 40?
Hang on.
Maybe.
Everybody, yeah, he may not.
Oh, he might die.
No, he may be grabbed.
Giant
I'll
T-Rex
move
mouth.
more than 40.
Swallow. You are 2 size categories. 3 size categories smaller.
Yeah. Good job, buddy.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Does a 39 hit you?
Twice.
Yes.
Okay, crit threat.
3 times.
Does a 34 confirm?
Yes.
My 46.
Oh no.
46.
You heard me.
Well, I thought you were actually using them.
Are you writing them down, Dad?
Yeah.
So,
Dealing 68 points of damage
Good lord.
as the T-Rex snaps down at you.
My held action would go off.
Oh yeah. Does a 42 beat your combat maneuver?
Yes.
And you are grappled.
I'm telling you a good thing.
I'm not sticking here with you.
19.
You're sticking here with me.
19 does not strike your opponent.
Oh.
No.
It's already went, right?
That was a attack of opportunity. That's not its turn.
It's not went yet.
It did.
Well, yeah, on the initiative it did.
Yeah, that's
but
fine.
that's not its turn. All right. It's still your action.
Cool. Did it grab me?
Oh, yeah. You grabbed.
Grab is a free action.
Don't worry, guys. I can go. God.
Still not that conversation about no one dying yet.
So I'm gonna rage,
Yeah.
Yeah, you might want
He's
to.
playing.
and then I'm also going to do a cold shot
Yep.
to cut its arm off.
With?
That's what it's got me with, right?
No.
No,
It's
it's
with the
it's
mouth.
It's a T-Rex! What do you
It
mean?
grabbed me with its mouth.
Yes.
Okay. Am I able to use my two-handed weapon?
No.
Not with two hands.
Oh, well,
Right,
grab
one
one. You cannot use a two-handed weapon. You
Can't.
only have one hand free.
Cannot use two-handed weapon.
Oh.
Doesn't say cannot use both hands.
oh.
In the descriptor, it says cannot use two-handed
That's why
weapons.
AJ was all about being able to grapple people, because he didn't care about two-handed weapons.
The question
Yeah,
is
two
do I still have my weapon?
You can't not have it.
That's-
So yes, you have it. You
Okay.
haven't dropped it. You just can't use it.
Then I will proceed to just punch it in the face twice.
Okay.
I just visualize Ragnar like trying to spin and hit it with his back.
20.
That will not strike your opponent.
8.
That will even more not strike your opponent. Do you take any other foolish actions?
No.
Okay.
So you see Ragnar just be like, what is this? I don't want to be out. Why are you doing this?
Put me back! Put me back!
I regret my actions.
He was annoyed.
Dr. Tone.
I regret your actions.
Do you know roughly how far away the hand is from the entrance?
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80, 85, 90, 95.
Nailed it.
First try.
Looking at Manzerek, I can get the hand or I can help him.
Manzarek's like, why am I in charge?
It's your thing, my guy.
I mean, okay, thinking logically here. You're the healer. You're the healer.
Uh-huh.
I would really like to be alive after this.
Uh-huh.
So maybe
Same.
Sure don't act
someone
like it.
else go get, because you can also fly because of your spells.
He's not in there, and I don't think he's going to go in there.
Prepare.
A couple of things before I depart. First things first, Amaryllis. Upon the grab, and I realized I should have done this before he tried to make his attacks, because it matters. I'm gonna activate my gold chain, so that way my alchemist levels count as cleric levels. So Shane, with a +9, go ahead and make an escape artist check to avoid being grappled. Sorry, +18.
Plus 18. Okay.
It's twice more.
25. That was 3 times better than what I could have.
So I'm like, hey, I gotta get out of there.
No.
Okay. What do you think about right now?
No, because I can't. No, because I don't want to.
Oh, okay. Is it instantaneous? I'm presuming.
This is going to
Figure it out, my guy.
I'm going to, because I can fly up to 6 minutes, I am going to fly 30 feet above the canopy, well out of its attack range.
Okay.
How high is this?
200 feet.
Oh, yeah, so, yeah. Eli has you. Oh.
It's like half.
Also allows us to channel energy strong. When I activate my soul chain form, I roll 5d6, not 2d6. Channeling positive. That's the best it's done in a while. 1 hit points. So anyone else who has taken damage, 21 hit points.
Yay! Now he can actually kill me.
I'm trying, my guy.
Hey, you healed a third of what it took.
Uh-huh. Dude. Just for your reference, Eli, I am flying 45, so I'm 15 feet in the air, 15 feet off the ground.
Okay.
So 15 feet away from me, 15 feet in the air. Giving him a wide berth.
Yeah, I got you. Do you take any other actions?
No actions.
Okay. Alright, top of the round, Manzerek.
Okay, I'm going to charge him,
Okay.
getting 15 feet, within 15 feet. That does provoke.
If it has combat reflexes.
It does not.
Also, it kind of has a ragdoll in its mouth.
Yeah. And I'm going to bite. It's a 21 hit.
21 does hit.
Okay.
Wow.
This gets a free grab attempt. Even though he is one large size category larger than me, I took the feat powerful shape, so I can potentially grapple him.
Are you large or huge?
I am huge.
Okay.
Does a 32 grapple him?
No.
Okay.
Wow. Oh,
That's
no.
not good.
T-Rex, guys, come on.
Still?
2 claws coming his way. Does a 15 hit?
No.
I didn't think so. Does a 24 hit?
Yes.
I got
Okay.
into $2.
Man, I forgot about that. Does a 34 grapple him?
34?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Add $2 damage.
This is hard to pop, so no.
Okay. 14 points for the bite, and 14 points for the claw.
So 28 altogether?
Yep. Rayado is going to also move.
big.
Not yet. He's going to move in on the other, not on the other side, but like over there. So Rayado's going to swing around. And he's not going to get that close because he is going to
Embiggen?
and that is his
It's a
turn.
huge bird.
Mechanically, he's large.
Yeah,
Sorry, it's a large bird.
that's more better.
Do you take any actions?
Yep.
Okay. Damon.
Oh boy. Help! I cast Iron Skin on myself,
That doesn't help.
and I
Stop
rush
them from
forward.
taking the same thing.
20 feet.
Yep.
Do you take any other actions?
No.
Okay. T-Rex's turn.
Help. No.
That is kinked.
What's wrong with me seeing the dice roll?
Does a 34 beat your combat maneuver defense?
And it's lower than now? Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
You see the T-Rex roll up, and he swallows Ragnar completely.
Oh, now I can use my two-handed axe.
You
You're
cannot.
not. You're still grappled. You're actually restrained.
Shouldn't be on my stomach. It's massive.
It's not. You're actually just throwing.
Oh, it's the size of his fist, and it's like this.
I don't think you can Hercules your way out of it.
Oh, he crushes and it does crushing and acidic damage.
You take 30 points of damage.
Are you dead?
No.
We have a time limit to kill this thing.
Yeah.
I guess I better pull out the big gun.
Harry.
Speaking of big guns.
fair.
I mean, yes.
Ragnar's just like, I hope he's doing something smart.
No, just go with. No, wait, that's one is.
I cast regurgitate.
This one.
It doesn't help Ragnar, but
It does 1 more d6 of crushing damage as the stone contracts.
Ragnar, you are the next playable character to go.
I'm a cast fireball.
Verbal.
Yeah,
However,
Okay, so he gets reflex.
the stomach is much easier to punch.
21.
Oh, you're kidding me.
You're rolling the wrong dice.
Oh, I need your d6s for this.
Uh-huh.
There you go.
This is not good. About 6. That's 4.
I don't know why the mechanics of Swallow was the ones that I just knew.
Yeah, you don't play characters
12
that swallow
points of
things whole.
damage.
I DM creatures.
That is half already.
I figured.
Yeah.
The fireball explodes beside the T-Rex. It turns its head. It looks at you and roars out.
Oh, I climb out when it roars.
You don't.
I try.
I've seen you belch a bunch of times and no burger ever escaped. By the way, Ragnar, it's your turn.
I reach up and grab his uvula.
It's a girl T-Rex.
They still have that? Anyways, do I have to do concentration stuff at this point or no?
Yes, you're constantly taking damage.
Concentrate, like, I guess holding breath would be more of it. It's not, I don't have to do that, right?
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay.
It's roomy.
Okay, so the only thing I can really do is just attack it. I'm punching.
It typically, it says the only damage you can do to it is slashing damage. So you try to punch it?
Yes.
I slash it with my punch.
I'm just gonna hold my hands, kind of pull it down.
Okay.
Ooh.
Ineffective. Oh, that might not be.
Do you take any actions?
I can't do anything else.
Nope.
T-Rex can't dodge him.
I can't see if you do it range, man.
I don't see how that works at this point.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, the only thing that does damage to it is slashing or piercing and light weapon.
I have a weapon that I like.
Cool.
Does that work?
Dr. Tone.
Surprisingly, no.
No one's surprised.
For
no one's
my
surprised.
blatant curiosity, in this particular system, is it we have to do a certain amount of damage so he can do a fort save to keep him in the stomach before he regurgitates, or there's usually a mechanic like if we do so much damage, he has to make a save before he throws it right now.
It's 10% of his health. I just know this. It's 10% of his health inside the stomach.
On the outside.
That he has to do.
Can't do that.
You have a knife?
Oh, I apologize. There is something you can do. You can try to roll an escape artist to get out.
Oh. YOLO. It's a no-go. Probably.
I'm sorry, your question was?
Yeah, Max answered it.
Okay.
No bow's good?
14.
We can't see.
I am going to make a ranged touch attack on it.
Okay.
Is it Ray? Are you doing a Ray?
A flesh-eating mode specifically.
Does it have
15.
flesh?
15 will touch the gigantic creature.
Imagine that.
Probably doesn't have good fortitude.
It takes 18 points of damage.
I'm sorry. 18 you said?
Yeah.
Delicious.
Sorry. You can make a reflex to half the damage.
26?
So 9.
That's a fun number.
420.
I continue to fly towards the hand. That was just sort of my.
How far do you fly?
I will need to look
far
at it. I'm
can
pretty
you fly?
sure it's only 30.
Manzerek, you're up.
Okay. I'm gonna take a free 5-foot step back.
Oh. I'm sorry, it is 60.
60.
I can fly as if I had the fly spell test.
And I cast caustic blood on myself.
Okay. You are still within its attack range.
If I am, I would not do that.
You can cast on the defensive.
Yeah, no. I will just take the attack of opportunity to get 5 more feet out of there,
Okay.
and then cast it.
Does a 39 hit you?
Yeah.
Crit threat. That one.
Yay!
Oh, you had that card.
$1 for me, though.
Yeah.
Only if I.
You were.
You take 33
No.
points of damage.
Critical fail.
As you go to step back, it bites onto your side, ripping into your flanks as you shift back.
Okay.
Caustic blood.
Caustic blood. Rayado will attack. 28.
28 will strike your opponent.
30.
30 will strike your opponent.
26.
26 will strike your opponent.
32.
32 will strike your opponent.
And 26.
That will also strike your opponent.
Okay.
Wow.
Damon, you're in the next playable character to deal with.
This is going okay. So far, nobody has died. By nobody.
I mean me! I haven't done
I was the decoy.
James Decoy. Ooh, yeah. You can add all that fun numbers up. Doesn't matter.
So 34 points from the talons alone.
Okay.
12 points from the bite. And 24 points from the claws.
Rayado runs into this creature, jumping up into it, biting into its throat, pulling itself up, and kind of digging its talons into this creature's belly and clawing into it. The T-Rex roars, trying to reach down, but far too large for its own good. As it starts to kind of spin in either direction, unable to keep up with the more dexterous Rayado, flinging Rayado off of him as you see blood just kind of pouring out from its underbelly as it begins to kind of give this wheezed growl with blood dripping from those steak knife-sized teeth. Do you take another action?
W.
I almost got myself out.
Damon!
Alright, and as I continue running forward, I smite this creature. And
Smiter.
I hit him. Or attempt to hit him.
Do you?
Yes.
Please. Please hit.
So, 23.
23 will strike your opponent.
Alright. 22 points of damage.
Nice.
Running up to this creature, you slide to a stop. As you thrust into it, that same kind of silver glow bursts from around you, rolls into your sword and up into this creature's chest. It arches its head back, roars as it drops to one side, and you have to shift real fast to get out of the way as it collapses to the ground.
And just like that, you are out of combat.
I start slicing this creature's belly
Oh yeah,
open
we're
to get at
ripping it
Ragnar.
apart.
Very ceremoniously.
Yes, with great respect and dignity.
Ragnar, are you in there?
Yell if it hurts!
Ow!
I found him, he's right here.
Ow. Stop smiting me.
Stop smiting me. So you perform the most gratuitous and gory C-section you possibly could as you... What would Ragnar say in this moment?
Am I covered in blood?
And you're covered in a
acid?
lot of things.
Okay, so I
And,
can
and some of it's yours.
That's how we mate. Just kidding.
Nelson Savage.
That was
You
what was
know,
going through
I
my
just
mind
like-
the whole time.
In retrospect, I wish I'd left him in there. Shink.
And I thought they smelled bad on the outside.
No, he would say. I'm sorry, that was going through my head the whole time. That's all.
Keep it.
Hopefully, it's indelibly embedded in our public
Yeah,
consciousness
I'll
forever.
keep it for a specific reason,
Okay.
and then it'll come out of rage.
Are you still conscious?
Oh yeah, no, I'm good. I'm hurt. I'm really hurt.
You tried to go toe to toe with the team.
I didn't try. I did, and I didn't die. That's all that matters.
Don't worry, guys. I got. Oh God! and then Barry's like, "We may be in trouble, guys."
Well, I tried.
Well, we tried. We're gonna have to.
Well,
We're gonna have
You see
to tell the
this
nature lady
magnificent-
that we tried.
Gigantic fireball come out, and it's just like.
She's holding all the threads and just sees the one disappear.
Figures.
Makes sense.
That one, I don't know.
There's not any more of these around here, are there? I'm still spinning around.
Hey, hunting pair.
Oh,
The
please,
important
no.
part is, we know we can kill one now.
We can meet up with you.
Yeah. So I fly over. Can I perceptify the hand to see if there's any malfeasance?
You may.
Nice. No,
18.
With a 19, you get the feeling that a T-Rex was kind of all they had.
now they don't have protection for this stone anymore.
You don't think druids can summon
They
them?
were just like, no, this is all we need.
You find a square that's floating in the air, and it's just pointing.
I see a T-Rex spinning inside of it.
Inside the
It's-
cage.
It starts spinning faster. I'm like, nope, we need to leave.
Put torches
Oh,
around
is that
it.
how you know it's about to?
Yeah.
I never paid
Shane,
I don't see them very often, so I didn't know.
Just throw a bunch of
Minecraft,
torches
for
on it.
those who don't know. I grab the chrysalis and I fly and I was like, you.
You might want to hold on to that.
Oh god. When you haven't flown in a while, it's kind of hard to get used to.
I imagine you're like, oh, my back is stiff, and Ragnar's like,
Oh, I got a problem.
I look like a puppy's chew toy, and you're complaining?
Yes. 15.
It's 15 more and a half.
Everybody?
Oh, nice. Oh, wait.
Sure.
Am I too big to fit through the doorway?
Yes,
Okay, then I turn back.
that's how they were keeping the T-Rex in here.
Yeah, okay. I turn back into myself, take the chrysalis, and
Same
I don't know
thing with
how-
Smaug, if I remember correctly.
What's it now?
I don't know how you and your god had such great connection when you wrote channels. I rolled
A 1-1-2-2-2. I see.
an 8 on 5 and 6.
Totaling
It's a connection with the D6.
is the total 8.
Yes.
Oh, you don't get nothing extra. Oh.
No, not little channels.
Ew.
Yeah.
No extra channels here.
thank you, friends.
Those are premium.
Sorry for the chat. That was disgusting.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, I didn't think it would be as quick to grab me. I just figured it was gonna be the easiest way to get you all to kill it. I'm just glad it worked out because I didn't know.
I don't know if you're bluffing or not.
Nope. My thought was if I just charge in, then it's gonna be on me, and they'll save me.
Wow.
We
And your
almost,
plan worked perfect.
I didn't die, and that's all that matters.
They almost
You
could.
are an agent of chaos.
Vastly.
I go back up. Just a loom. And give him the last of results.
He lied. He said the last one was gonna be easy.
You had yours asked nicely.
Also, by the way, you're going to need to run sorcerers down
I figured.
Based on the smell.
So something I need to tell you. He lays the chrysalis on the pedestal. He turns to look at all of you. You hear this like deep resonating rumble. He says, the reason that you didn't ask. You hear this deep resonating rumble that echoes out. He says, the depths of this tree are much deeper than what you could possibly imagine. There are catacombs that extend to the undervault of this tree. I have been able to open a portal through the roots of this tree that will take us down to the Mad Dreamer. It says, there are other ways to get there, but this is a direct path that I have created because we have no time. The other druids don't know about it. Anybody infected by the black blood don't know about it. I have done everything I can to keep it hidden. Before we go, I need to make sure that everyone here is clear.
I'm already.
Yeah, we all cut our hands.
You can
I'm
see
already
his.
bleeding.
And it's black. It wasn't rage form.
Not anymore. It was black.
And then you.
It doesn't bleed as much as you would think, but it does bleed.
Green. He's a Vulcan.
I guess that's better.
You may.
To see like he's being silly.
Or he has a natural DR.
25.
25, even with his stoic demeanor, he's being honest. He's in earnest. You can roll me knowledge of planes if you'd like.
That wasn't a roll. I didn't mean to tap it like that, but it's a natural 20.
You said it wasn't a roll.
I don't know. Okay, I'll take it. That's fine. It's like cat knocked it into the tree. 24.
With a 24, kind of looking at the cut on his hand, you feel like he is flirting with a line between life and undead. That it's almost as if he has the undead template. But not quite. Maybe at higher levels. He turns. Quickly now, before they get wise to us.
I follow.
As you step out, you see that that door, one previously described, has receded up into the ceiling and has exposed a staircase that descends down farther than any of you can see in pitch blackness. So, what's your range?
120.
Farther than that.
Assumed.
121.
You begin to descend, hitting landing after landing after landing as you go down. And something that you do notice, the roots of the tree don't stop. You keep finding them after flight after flight after flight, creeping through the walls, dipping down through the ceiling, even in some parts where it has grown up and over, forcing you to kind of duck under as you continue down. The weight of the world above you gives you that strong and ever-present sense of claustrophobia as you can feel the crushing weight of it around you.
Is that a thing you have?
It's
A negative trait?
it's the it's not claustrophobia, it's marathonphobia, the fear of not being able to move. So if I were tied up, it'd be an issue.
If you got swallowed by that T-Rex.
If I got swallowed by a T-Rex, it'd be friggin' awful.
I have a bite attack suddenly.
And
I bite it back.
And 2 claw attacks.
He swallows it whole. I'm terrified and confused. You continue onward and onward and onward, and the deeper you go, Dr. Tone, the worse you get this feeling of fear. Like you shouldn't be here. This is not all right.
Oh, by the way, there's no more happy bird sounds anymore.
But why?
There simply isn't.
Can I be making
Do we have a
myself?
way to see,
You may.
by the way?
I'm sorry, what?
Do we have a way to see?
Yes.
Two of us physically can't see in the dark.
Yeah, Saloon doesn't seem to care.
Your
Just need a
shoulder
zombie.
pain's blowing brightly.
Now it-
Yeah,
I'm a
cast
beacon
light.
of light.
Cast light on both of you.
Why?
That's a king.
So one shoulder back to the other, one shoulder back to the other.
His is slightly green, mine is slightly blue, so it gives this like weird effect.
No, perfect.
Mine's just
As you descend down, you see another archway in front of you. The room beyond, any light that had been cast, I wasn't paying attention. Was there light cast?
Yeah,
Yes.
Okay. Any light cast, and with your dark vision, the light illuminates the immediate area, flooding into what looks to be a laboratory. There is no nature here. There's no vines growing through the ceiling or up through the ground along the walls or anything of the sort. You see operating tables. You see surgical equipment, lab equipment, all preserved by the depths of which it has been buried and sealed away all these many, many years ago. As you step into this room, the light illuminating everything, the ceiling here vaults higher than what the light will show. You can see the ceiling. It's not so large that you can't see the ceiling. But as you step in, something else that strikes you about this massive area is that there are creature comforts here to be had. There are couches, pillows. There are even rooms off to the side where people could sleep. You see desks and shelves full of books to either side. All of them withered and decayed with the centuries that they've been down here, despite the preserving magics to maintain them over such a long period of time. As if the magics themselves have started to wane from just time. Only preserved as they are because of what magics have been bestowed upon them. As you step in, you see on the very far side, there is a wall that has completely crumbled. You see, it is here that the vines of the great tree has completely destroyed this far wall with vines that have grown down and formed that same pulsing green portal that you had once opened.
This goes to the mad dreamer.
He nods.
How long has this room been this way?
Dr. Tone, before you can ask that question.
Oh, my bad.
Also, I'm a terrible GM. I told you there was a figurine covered by the roots. When he placed the chrysalis on it, the roots dissipated, and he had presented the figurine to you, gentlemen.
Yes. I'm going to go ahead and give you that now before I forget.
I apologize.
What does it look like?
Mass witch.
Oh. Oh, you
Miracle?
That's not even a thing.
wish it was that thing.
Raven miracle. Mythical. Wow. So generous.
Coolest arc ever.
I mean,
I mean, chop.
He built it 40 furlongs long, so I mean, it's pretty cool. 2 of every animal, 7 of the holy ones.
This figurine is of 3 goats.
Each one of these goats with their backs to each other, and each one of these goats different in size and shape. One of them looking like a pack goat with its horns out to the side. It looks like a beast of burden. One of them looking like a small kid, full of energy and ready to dance. The other one looks like a massive and wicked ram. This is Ivory Goat's figurine of wondrous power.
The way that this works is
you can take one of these figurines and you can turn it into an actual goat. Each one of the figurines does something different. The one with the packs on its back is the Goat of Traveling. This statuette provides a speedy and enduring mount equal to that of a heavy horse in every way except appearance. The goat can travel for a maximum of 1 day each week, continuously or in any combination of period of time totaling 24 hours. At this point, or when the command word is uttered, it returns to its statuette form for no less than 1 day before it can be used again. The kid is the Goat of Traveling. This statuette becomes an enormous creature, larger than a bull, with the statistics of a nightmare, except for the addition of a pair of wicked horns of exceptional size that deal damage 1d8 plus 4 for each horn.
You say traveling?
Yes.
Wasn't the first one traveling?
Yes, the first one was traveling. I'm sorry. Travail. This one is the Goat of Travail. Travail. If it is charging to attack, it may only use its horns, but add 6 points of damage for each successful attack in that round. It can be called to life just once per month
for up to 12 hours at a time. The last one, I know you think that should be the scary looking one. The last one is the Goat of Terror.
When called upon the proper command word, the statuette becomes a Dysterior-like mount with the statistics of a light horse. However, its rider can employ the goat's horns as weapons. One horn as a +3 heavy lance, the other as a +5 longsword. When ridden in an attack against an opponent, the Goat of Terror radiates fear as the spell in a 30-foot radius. Will DC 16. It can be used once a month for up to 3 hours at a time.
Neat.
Cool.
That's actually pretty good.
He says, "This was something Belthera's me had created. She wanted it to be used in defense of the tree, and I can't think of a better time than now." As he hands off this statue to Manzerek, Dr. Tone, you look around this room and you start seeing flashes. You see yourself moving about this laboratory. You see you sitting at the desk writing. You see yourself walking over to the surgical equipment and moving certain objects. You see yourself walking over to creatures on the operating table, them screaming for you to stop with no anesthesia as you begin to cut into them. You stand at the desk, opening a locket and looking into a picture of someone, or shutting it and placing it into the top drawer. You see yourself standing in front of a vat at the far side, pressing your hand against it and tilting your head looking at it. And then you're suddenly back to
Is
where
that
you are.
bat on the other side of the vines?
When you no, it is not. It is just off to the side. When you turn to look at the vat, you see that it is busted open. Glass scattered across the ground, and it is in complete ruins.
So it'd be almost as if I go to things and I see, kind of going into another period, I just start fixing and organizing tools and stuff on the desk.
You would know that all of those surgical equipment that's laying there is worth 2,500 gold pieces.
Even in this state.
Yes. because they are magic in nature.
This place.
Specifically made to never dull.
This place is dumb.
Didn't used to be.
Familiar?
Too familiar. Now go over to the desk and open that top drawer.
You see that locket is still there.
Holding up the locket.
It opens. On one side, you see you, as you used to be, not as you are now. On the other side, you see her.
Right. Way too familiar.
That locket is worth 150 gold pieces. Or priceless,
It's
whichever you prefer.
priceless. Thank you very much.
So 150.
I wouldn't consent to murder yet.
Looking at the vat that you had previously noticed, I will allow you to roll me knowledge alchemy.
So plus 22.
Nat 20 for 42.
Your heart sinks. The rest of you kind of see you doing your thing, and like, I'd imagine you either take extreme interest in this, or you're like, he's going through some stuff.
Sense motive. I am extremely interested in this. 14.
Have you ever like left somewhere and you come back to like an old childhood home? It's exactly that moment for him. You're seeing him go through somewhere that he has been what seems to be ages.
It's like morbid nostalgia.
That's kind of what I'm going for, what I'm looking at, because Damon's walking in and all he's seeing is some very disturbing utensils. The beds, the whole aura of the area, and seeing Dr. Tone being very familiar with it. If I were a cat, my hackles would be up.
Mm-hmm.
What is this place? How do you know it?
Before you answer that question, with your nat 20,
Uh-huh.
that vat is a cloning vat.
Was?
In Abyssal, just because native tongue. Why would they destroy that?
I respond in the same tongue.
Why do
tell
you know
us.
Abyssal?
If you'd like to roll perception.
Know thy enemy?
Wow.
24.
I would assume you asked. Did you ask the group?
I'd say it out loud, yeah.
So, Harry, you can look at it, kind of examining it when he asked that. It's not destroyed. Something came out of it.
What kind of vat is that?
It's a cloning vat. I say like so casually.
What was it cloning?
Oh, I don't remember that part, but I'm sad that it's not there.
Huh. Well, whatever was there seemed to have escaped from within.
Neat.
What is this place?
My home. Where I used to live. Well, work, live. Words are weird.
How large was this guy?
Enough to hold a medium creature.
And what did you do here, Doctor?
Stuff.
Sense motive.
Oh, I'm 100% like not saying the truth.
Stuff things, thinking of stuff.
Gravity 9.
Nat 1, I
9.
believe 100%.
Dude, he did so much stuff.
This was my healing center. I healed so many patients here.
I am like, yeah, this totally makes sense.
17. Me too, buddy.
You only have one?
No, 17.
I don't know if I get bonuses because I already mistrust them, but
Gentlemen, and I know this must be tragic for you and everything, seeing your child at home after so long, but we have something more pressing to take care of. The druid isn't keen on waiting, I can tell.
why is this place under the tree?
You're at Saloon?
I was in general, but I'm kind of directing it at him.
Saloon said, I'm not sure.
Well, this was here before the tree.
Way before the tree. This was here when the sky was red and the fields were ash.
Enough waffling. Tell us the truth.
I prefer
Who
pancakes.
are you?
Oh, that's
What
where
is
I
this
go.
place? What did you do here?
Why are you not real?
Enough
Why am I-
games.
Who's playing games? Come here.
Go over to you.
I show you the locket, and what you see baffles you. It's my face, but it's fair skinned. The hair is almost a blonde. The eyes are there, and it's almost like this verdant green eyes. This
He
is-
also sees.
Ooh, did that determine she was the self? We talked about that. Someone who looks similar to Perry, that piercing, like, light blue eye. Her hair is flowing as if it is caught in some sort of a breeze. And in terms of charisma score, she's a solid 17, 18 on that scale.
Okay.
Beautiful person. And then he immediately closes it. Who I was before the corruption. This is part of that corruption. By the way, Perry, if you're looking for gold value, about 2,500 gold pieces when you do this. Sorry,
Just the surgical equipment.
2,500 or 25,000?
2,500 in the surgical equipment.
Just the equipment.
Just the equipment.
Yeah, and the surgical tools, but the rest of this stuff, it's probably closer to 100,000 gold pieces.
Dr. Tone, I don't mean to offend
I'm just kidding.
if I do,
I'm kidding.
but you had no fate. There's a cloning device here. Did you come out of that place?
I don't know. And whereas you've been, like, sensing my motive, that's genuine answer.
Oh yeah, I went out.
What corruption?
Well, I work for the Lord of Pain.
Look at Saloon.
He's standing by the portal. He's like,
Saloon.
Okay, so I need to do. Do I have a knowledge for Lord of Pain?
that would be knowledge the planes.
You may want to watch
Nat
those.
20.
Oh my.
I'm sorry.
What?
Not to be that guy, but are you
Chapter real
trained in knowledge planes?
Yes.
Oh.
He is, because he rolled in the Herald of Dreams. When I rolled my Nat 20 on
The
it.
the Justicars were designed to be an all-round police force, which means they needed to be at least somewhat familiar with all kinds of things.
Especially the Siennas.
This is something that you came across in passing. An esoteric, obscure study of outer forgotten deities. Okay?
You wrote a paper on
Sure. You read a passage one time, and it's like one of those things where it's like, I don't know why I remember that, but I do. You remember Kamazats. Kamazats, the obscure god Kamazats, appears as an enormous and terrifying man-like bat that takes delight in hunting mortals during the darkness. An ancient and obscure deity, Kamazat shows little real interest in the affairs of his mortal followers except to receive offerings and sacrifices. He expects fanaticism from his followers and perceives failure as weakness. There is a long and odd kind of history to Kamazats. One that is kind of diluted with hearsay or rumors or speculation. But some that you've heard, Kamazat's priests originally had a strong presence in the undervault, in one of the vaults of the undervault, but were expelled by followers of another demon lord, Abraxas. The dead demon lord Vereveraxis may have been one of his spawns. You do know that in this undervault where Kamazats, where Kamazats dwelt, he formed a grouping of people in this undervault, and he fought again in some kind of unholy, terrifying war. and was eventually dispelled. He's either locked away or killed or banished or whatever. In the hierarchy of demons and things, he is a lesser deity. A deity nonetheless, though. That is what you know. Without any knowledge history.
Try to roll that too. I do have knowledge history as trained.
Do you share this with us?
No, I don't.
Why?
It's awful cordial of him.
Because Damon has had a paradigm shift. And he steps back a couple steps from Dr. Tone. His face is very bleak. And he turns away.
As you turn around, I say, the chains are on purpose too. I did not serve willingly. I point to the chain that's between my horns. That's why this one's broken. It's symbolic.
Why is you jumping? Rolling. From this spot.
Above one of the doors, one of the 4 doors that gets back to Blackbird.
No. Not one of the.
Saloon says.
This is the final door.
Perhaps we should have hit the other two before this.
He tilts his head.
There are more?
There's 4 doors. 4 heads of the Blackblood.
We've seen one door.
We've kept it shut.
And
It's in Dreamports.
Cool. See. It also requires a key, and that one I don't quite know about.
All of the druids know of the door that rests beneath the tree. It never showed signs of failing, becoming weaker. But one day, there's Mia disappeared. She vanished without a trace. When all the druids were to meet, she never came. Darum came to us, saying he had visions of a dark and evil place beneath the tree, of a door. He said this came to him in the visions of some kind of moth. Darum warned us this would happen, and no one listened to him, saying that Belthera's Mia would come back, that she knew what she was doing, being the most powerful of us. I took Darum's word. I looked, and I found her. I've seen this door. Is there a way to shut it?
There's a key to it.
Have you seen the key? It's in the
It
eardrum.
you may not know it's a key. And I ask you to show the holy symbol.
Pull it out of my bag.
That's not it, but that was the key to the door into Drimport. All 4 doors have a key similar to this.
The Mad Dreamer has sealed it once before. He may know.
He's not infected with the Black Blood.
He's not. I can assure you I've been keeping him safe, and this portal will take him to us. But the longer we tarry, the more dangerous this becomes.
I personally want to know to make sure Dreamport's door was not open.
No.
He is stating that this door is open.
He said something came out of it. But he didn't say open.
Okay.
The door at Drimport had Black Blood leaking through it, but it was landing on the sigil and disappeared.
It sounded like you. I just want to make sure it wasn't like it was just
No, it's not
why
wide
the heck open and like stuff just roaming out.
To answer your question, could the tree be planted here as a protection?
I mean, that makes sense.
Why would you want to put something of great natural and fey presence if not to attract a bunch of druids who could help defend against this?
Well, I do think more answers lie with that dreamer, as he is a conduit between the dream realm and here. Yes.
Yes.
Based off of your vision, there's something that ties the dream realm to all this.
Yeah, and that nightmare dragon.
The esoteric,
The
ancient, esoteric
nightmare
nightmare dragon. Get it right.
May I see the key again? A teardrop shape?
You're not kind of like roughly
There were indentions inside the door,
that.
similar to this. Those are the keys.
Those are the shapes of the keys.
There were 5 of them.
5?
Yes.
We've only been told 4, right?
Well, one to bind them all together.
So we put the keys back on this door. And it closes all the others.
Maybe. Or it opens them up. Or opens this one.
How
Maybe.
old is Southern?
You do not know. He looks to be in his late 20s, early 30s.
But
Yeah, the
I
druid-
love druid.
druid
That's
stop
like a
aging,
billion
yeah.
years old.
Well, they stop aging at a certain age, at a certain level.
Yeah.
You don't know how powerful he is.
Saloon. Did his father come by here many years ago?
Who is your father?
I'll bury him.
I'm unfamiliar with his name.
Who else was with your father? Any of those names you might recognize?
Can't imagine you would know of druids this
Unless Ayla was with. Remember Ayla?
Let us go to the bedroom. I'm sure we can talk all about the revelations that we've had since then. And I do specifically pocket the locket.
Drop it like a pocket. Just leave.
Go deep.
Alright. He steps through the portal. Marrow falls behind.
Manzerek. How long
Marrow?
has he been?
Marrow?
Yeah, Marrow.
Marrow. I thought you said
I
Marrow.
thought you said Meryl too.
And I was like, whoa.
whoa, wait a minute.
Manzerek, how long has he been on that journey of life now?
I stepped through the door.
It is
I don't know.
it is not uncommon knowledge that he do that.
Yeah.
But he made his way into the Council of Druids somehow. You do know he is not the the most recent addition, though. But he is the second most recent addition. So whenever it's like his dad, that was 20 years ago. So even if he joined a decade ago, he would have missed it by a decade.
That's how I think.
Alright.
Alright.
Let's go.
Step through.
However, an older druid would know.
Like all the corrupted ones.
No yet.
Or the bedroom. He's a fighter.
He's a lover.
Not a lover.
Oh. You don't get called the bad dream about being a lover. There's very few people with that game.
Stop.
Okay, sir.
You're making him uncomfortable.
Boy Scout.
I almost said I never claimed to be, but that's what you
Oh, that's so pretty.
Was there a T-Rex in here too?
Oh yeah.
Oh no!
So many T-Rexes.
I can only do this so many times, guys.
Actually, probably not.
The portal opens up. As you step through, you immediately drop 5 feet. Just the portal is growing out of the ceiling, and the roots have created a circle that makes the portal there instead of up out of the ground. As you step through, you drop your 5 feet. And you're like, ah. You are in this open cavern, and it is cool, pleasantly so. You feel a gentle rustling wind, and it feels as though you're outside without the benefit of sunlight. You step up, and there are 2 trees to either side of this entrance.
These trees. These guys right here. The ones with faces.
Oh, but that's scary. Do they have electricity?
Oh, yeah.
You must ask it to pass through.
Does one of them tell the truth? One of them tell a lie?
How about just be polite?
Saloon places his hand on one of the trees. he focuses, you see that kind of pulsing magical aura that's coming out from the base of the tree of his begin to calm. What do you do?
I don't have any more
Speak with plants.
Speak with plants prepared because I cast that today. But I, in druidic, start talking to it, and I thank it for allowing us to be here.
First of all.
And then I ask, may we pass through unmolested?
The energy slows.
Well done.
He walks through.
It's like a druid tutorial.
As he walks
now
through,
go kill 7 rats.
We want a T-Rex. We're way past rats.
No, not to really harm 7 rats, but then tame them afterwards.
Bring me a shrubbery.
you see these odd glowing platforms, these stones, that reach out across what seems to be a bottomless lake in the middle of this cavern. It extends out. You see plants that you have never seen before. These look alien in nature. And anybody here that's savvy to magic, which I think is all of you, can feel this overwhelming natural magic that permeates from the entirety of this place. Everything from the roots to the trees, the shrubs, the foliage, and lastly, but not leastly, on the far side, you see this spiraling energy that rises up into a golden light that emanates from the base of the roots of this tree. It extends up farther than you can see. And as it rotates, it gives this rhythmic hum and a warmth that lets you know that this is more than just a plant. This is alive. And you feel like this is the heart of the great tree. Saloon walks over to the steps and he makes his way across the lake.
I follow behind it.
I do the same.
Like that? Okay.
Trek across.
As you trek across, you get to the other side and you see the creature comforts before you see the figure. You see the table with the spread, some of the food. You see a bed off to the side. You see a massive stone throne that you both saw in your visions. And coupled with it, the long-haired, bearded figure in long, tattered cloak steps up to all of you. Grasped in his hands is a saucer with a small, steaming cup on it. Tea, he says, looking at all of you. Disheveled, older, with long hair, you do recognize this as Alamon, the sorcerer that was with your father.
Oh, my.
Not if I'm a sorcerer. My bad.
Yes.
I'm good, thank you.
Terrace quickly makes his way over. Excuse me, we have no time for tea. He says, oh, no time for tea. That's too bad.
No,
Do you have time for tea?
We've got time for tea.
You have time for tea.
And tell us about the ancient esoteric nightmare dragon while you're at it.
Which one?
Oh, poop.
What do you want to know?
The one that you tried to capture with the teddy bear.
I did?
With my father and
Your father's a dragon?
Alvarium and Ayla.
He's a very dragon. He's very a dragon.
Are you not Alamon?
I could be. Are you Alamon?
No, you are.
I am.
Perry, they call him the Mad Dreamer for a reason.
I'm not angry.
And you sure are, buddy.
Like, Don't take it as
It's like,
I can't be poisoned.
Terrace says, "This is all very interesting, gentlemen, but I need to speak to you," he says to Alaman. He says, "Yes, I have something for you. I was expecting you." It's here. It's right here. It's right. He holds out a cracker. What is this? A cracker. Listen, I need to talk to you, he says, and you have. No, you have control over the dimension of dreams, correct? I do? Yes, you do. That's wonderful. He says, now I need you to tell me how to access the dream realm. To access what? The dream realm! How? How what? To access the dream realm? Yes. What? They go on like that for some time.
Is this a curse? Can I do a spellcraft? See if it's a curse.
You may.
Can I do a medicine check?
You may.
What'd you roll?
A 2.
Ooh!
What was it?
22 total.
Nice.
With a 22.
Unless my medicine check is 2 steps lower than mine.
With a 22, he's insane. He's mad. Straight up. It is not a curse. Not that you can tell. He says, Alvarium, who are your friends?
I don't think this man is who you think he is.
I don't think you think who I think I am.
I don't think I do either.
Now we're an acquaintance.
So, can you tell us about this? I point to the glowing purple
Spiral.
thing.
Yes, I can tell you all about it. It's shiny and big. Big and shiny.
I pull out the key. Have you seen this before?
No. Yes. No. Maybe? No. I have one. He pulls out a small gem. If anybody would like, you can roll me Knowledge Arcana.
Do I need to?
Yes.
Total.
Roll your fancy cards.
21. 26.
With a 26, you know what he's presenting you. This is a soul gem. Normally, soul gems can absorb the soul of a person and trap it within, leaving the person effectively dead, but not really, while their soul is trapped in that gem. This one, however, is a small soul gem. This soul gem holds part of a soul, which allows the creator of it to continue living. They can put this gem into another creature and bring it to life. Some sorcerers and wizards can do this to create construct familiars.
Why do you have that?
It's Oliver. Say hello, Oliver. Oliver says hello.
He's very quiet.
Is Oliver part of you?
No, Oliver's his own man. Ain't that right, Oliver?
Okay.
He seems very nice.
Is he? Can you put him in something
What are you talking about?
like a construct?
I could. I have. He is. He says, Alvarum, you know this. You've met Oliver.
How do you know? How do you know Oliver?
I created Oliver. He's my friend. We met in college.
So, this isn't a part of his soul, or it is a part of his soul.
Everything that you have extrapolated, this is part of him.
Okay.
Yes. As if he had it in a construct familiar at one time.
Okay.
But it is taken out and he now holds it.
Okay.
Was there a construct familiar in your dream?
It was a teddy bear.
Was it David?
Oh my.
Where's your teddy bear?
Oliver.
Bob's bear is Oliver.
I go over to the bed and look around.
That's
We go
that's
back.
a weak extrapolation, I think.
It's 17.
He just called the Oliver his bear, so I feel like it's pretty strong out.
That is not a comfy looking bed.
Nothing was. Nothing in it, toy wise or anything.
Do you sleep?
I used to.
Why don't you now?
I could.
But
I
you
can
don't-
try.
but you
Hang
don't
on.
want to?
So this is the guy that that Manzerek and I did see in our vision, right?
Yes.
But he is not behaving anything
No.
like.
Terrace takes his cane.
Stop.
I did not come down here for this, he says. I did not come here to fight a madman.
You
He's
kind of
called the Mad
did.
Dreamer.
No. He can open portals to another world. He can create the very dreams that you see when you sleep. He can alter reality in the dreamscape.
And what's your interest in this dreamscape?
Can't. He throws his cane down and he storms to the other side.
Look, Terrace. We need to know what you're seeking in order to help you.
Saloon watches this. He says,
Unfortunately, we have more important things to deal with.
I lead Terrace off to the side and turn back.
You see, the Mad Dreamer, as far as I know, has always been here. He's a living focal point between the Fey realm, the realm of dreams, and the material plane. If anything was to happen to him, the magics that permeate from around the great tree become unstable. Not sure why or what had happened to make this so, but he patched it, and it's only with his life force and the fact that he is in immediate contact with the great tree that he can continue to hold it all together.
So, Alman, are you the key?
do you want me to be?
Is the soldier teardrop shaped?
No. I had keys. We all had keys.
Saloon, we don't know what to do with him in this state. It doesn't. Nothing he's saying means anything to us.
That's not important. We don't need him. He simply needs to exist.
This. He points towards the pulsating energy.
Is why we're here. Every archdruid at some point can offer themselves to the great tree to become one with it. It's their way of passing on. Rather than dying, we become one with Terra Esquia in its totalness. I believe that if a powerful enough druid can merge with this tree, they can purge it of the black blood therein. That is why I brought you down here. I am going to merge with this tree, and in doing so, offer it my life force. That is why I wanted you to do the trials, Manzerek. I will die here today, and you will be the only guardian of the tree once I've purged it. Unless the other druids survive the process. I don't know what will happen. But if they don't, you will be the last druid here. Do you understand?
I do, but
Couple of questions.
leaving this on my shoulders. I'm sorry, it's not wise.
It is the only option we have left. And our time is running out. I'm sorry your friend here.
Alright, he doesn't say that.
He says, I'm sorry the Mad Dreamer isn't here to help you like you thought he was. But this is beyond him. This is the last act of a druid to save everything they hold dear.
If it fails, what then?
And I did everything I knew how.
You don't have any ulterior motives with that.
12. He seems sincere. And 2, he could have done this at any point. If he could have got the chrysalis.
See, that's what I'm not convinced of.
Right. But
I don't think it was about him getting the chrysalis. We wanted to make sure he was a right fit for the position.
Yes.
Did you know this was going to happen when you met us?
Yes.
How long have you known?
Ever since Darum disappeared, Belthera's Mia returned, but she was different. I could sense it. She spoke like Belthera's Mia, acted like Belthera's Mia. But her animal companion was missing. I don't know why. Then, one by one, the other druids began to change as well. I knew Darum knew something. He'd seen it. So I began to explore, secluding myself away from the other druids. I found that door. I saw that ichor emitting from around it. The black blood had infected this tree. For how long, I do not know. But I knew I needed to stop it, but I couldn't leave the tree alone.
He was the only druid who wasn't around to be infected.
I wanted Darum to take over the mantle, but he went missing, looking for the Belthera's Mia. And I knew Manzerek would come back. I waited as long as I could, but now we're out of time. They've been looking for me, hunting for this place, ever since they've changed. The Mad Dreamer and I have been able to keep it locked away, constantly changing and shifting its position beneath the roots. This chamber can move. And only that portal that we left brings it here. I opened it yesterday, when Marrow met you.
Well, Manzerek,
How can I best protect this spot?
I don't know how long it'll take me to merge with the tree, if it accepts me. We just need to wait until the process is complete. Do you understand?
Yes.
Alright. Well, unless there's anything else.
he takes his cloak off. He takes his helmet off. His hair is black and disheveled, but again, he is that like ruggedly, acceptably handsome late 20s to 30-something-year-old. It's like when he took his helmet off, you're like, oh. I don't quite know what I was expecting.
I say, druid, the growth will be with you.
And with you.
He starts to walk towards the light. Where's your friend going?
he's
Merging with the heart of the great tree.
Wonderful, he says.
Is it?
There's nothing
I
like
get this sneaking
other than a
suspicion
light
it's
and
not.
that purple swirly thing around.
Do what?
It's just light and that purple swirly thing, and that's it.
Yes.
I was making sure there wasn't like something.
The door isn't like off to the left somewhere.
No, I was making sure there wasn't like something else floating in it or whatever.
Mm-mm. As he begins to walk towards it, Alvarum goes, or I'm sorry, Alaman goes, Alvarum, where's your friend going?
The great tree.
Wonderful. We came here once when we had the keys.
Yeah. Remind me what happened.
I did what you told me to. You know.
Yes, but just for my sake, I want to hear it in your words.
Well, Oliver has it. Don't you, Oliver?
Oliver has the key.
Uh-huh. There wasn't room enough for the key and Oliver, so Oliver took it. Now I have Oliver.
I'm not tracking.
The teddy bear has the key. And the teddy bear.
In the teddy bear.
Like,
We need to go back to Blackberry Farms.
Has the
That's what I was afraid of.
So 2 months ago when we said, hey, go to Blackberry Farms, we're like, well, that's going to be where they're going to go anyway.
Saloon steps up to the tree. He closes his eyes and extends his hands up. As he does so, that same pulse that you remember when you tried to speak to it ripples through him. But it looks much stronger. His hands extended up, he begins to draw in the power of the tree. It rolls over him again. He begins to raise up into the air, and you see, as if in this moment, the tree is starting to pull him in, as if he's about to become one with the great tree. As this happens, you see his eyes open up, and he looks down, and you see 2 massive puncture wounds in his side as blood begins to disperse. And snapping out of invisibility is a saber-toothed tiger. She has her claws wrapped around his waist, biting into him as he gasps out in pain, and she throws him to the sign, sending Saloon rolling across the ground. He grips his wound, looking up as the saber-toothed tiger begins to stalk towards him. Looking towards the entrance, you see a tall elf step in. She is dressed in the same druidic outfit with a massive ram standing next to her. Next to them is a halfling on a giant scorpion. Oh yeah, these are things that are happening.
Ram, you say?
And rising up out of the lake, you see a plesiosaur come out of the water, raising its head as an undying girl in that same druidic outfit stands on its back, looking towards you all. You see their eyes turn black as the tall elf says, "Did you miss me?" in that very similar voice. And I want to need everybody to roll me initiative.
So this is gonna be a victory.
Everybody gets a +1 to their initiative.
What?
I'm activating my heroic charge.
I'm so glad you helped me with my initiative.
Harry.
24.
Thank you. Thank you, Amos.
Damon.
11.
That's the real reason he activated it.
No, I activated my
Ragnar.
card roll.
23.
Hike.
Manzerek. 20. And Dr. Isaac.
11. I'll give it who has the higher initiative.
Also, you have a +2 to your resistances for 4 rounds.
Nice.
Total the saving throws.
It's a swift action, so.
He's panicking! He's panicking!
Anakin. Oh, he's still there?
Where are you? That's Tavis.
I am next to where Saloon's at.
That is probably as close as he'd allow you to get.
Okay.
Ragnar?
Yeah, I would be like right beside Manzerek. Just
Stepping on that flower.
Damon?
Damon?
In relation to that,
Oh!
wow.
Where's the Mad Dreamer?
Me, yeah, I'd be close to the Mad Dreamer.
I'd be adjacent.
Oh. Alaman.
Alaman.
Alaman be chilling here.
Alaman.
Rayada would also be next to me.
Hey, fine.
Said you were back here.
Yep.
Oh, you
We
did?
knew this
I mean, yeah, but
for a while.
have
good for you, man.
verbalized.
Good for you.
You want to put me over there or no?
No, you get to stand right there.
That's actually fine.
Who would you like to be?
I can next
You
to
saw
Alaman.
one. I don't mean to speak for people, it's just if I know the information, it's my reaction to say the information.
What are you, a teacher or something?
Yeah, God, imagine. Arrow's chilling in the tree.
Mm-hmm.
So,
This is
For those watching at home, it's gonna be a late night.
another 0.
You know,
Can I get a 0? For the 0?
Alaman watches the tiger take down Saloon. He goes, "Is that supposed to happen?"
no.
He turns and looks to the druids. "Druids!" he says, holding up his hands, and that's going to be his turn.
Oh, he has high initiative. Huh?
It's almost like you probably rolled really high.
Wow. Yeah, where are the rest of them? What's important?
What is that?
Belfair, as Mia touches the ground, she dips into the very. You know what? She's going to appear over here. She dips into the very earth. She comes out of it on that far side. You see the ram do a full charge as it comes off of the ground and flies in a direct line. And it is going to strike first Perry. Oh yeah. That's too dang
Does
bad.
it seem like it's gonna hurt a lot?
Mm-hmm.
How often does Rayana hurt people?
A lot.
She's just a higher level druid than you, so her rim is more.
uh,
30.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
32. 36.
Anything
Sorry.
in the 30s.
Ugh.
That's better.
The terror rim?
Doing 22 points of damage.
No. I go.
Does a
Oriole.
I don't. Does a 35 beat your combat maneuver defense?
I go incorporeal and then attack.
Oh,
passes-
immediately?
Yeah, it's an immediate action.
Oh, neat. Then, using its overrun action, it's going to hit Rayato.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm not. No.
Mm-mm. Does a 25 hit Rayato's flat-footed?
Yeah.
Chicken.
So you got a +2, right?
Do it.
You got a +2.
It's a resistance.
Resistance.
Nice. We'll go in reflex. Reference. Reflex.
25 points of damage. And does a 36 beat Rayato's combat maneuver defense? By how much?
Give me a second.
I'm sorry.
36.
A 40. It gets bonuses
yeah,
if it charges.
by 16.
By 16?
Yeah.
Knocking Rayato right next to Lesbel. And with his special overrun feat, that provokes an attack of opportunity from Lisbel. Oh, sorry.
He's not.
Wonderful. And does a 34 hit Rayato?
Yeah.
Prone.
Yeah.
11 points of damage from her.
Does 27 beat Rayato's combat maneuver defense?
Yeah.
As she lurches out, she bites onto Rayado, holding him by the haunches, and he is now grappled. Perry.
Immediate action, Rihanna gets to make reflex or an escape artist check.
Do that thing.
So she's right
Reflex or
there.
escape artist?
Yes.
Escape artist.
And what's behind me?
16.
Plus 8.
Giant ram.
18.
Oh, it doesn't need to occupy that space that it moved to,
I mean,
Yes.
but it can't, right?
it's in the air.
Oh. How hard? How high?
So it can occupy, it can't technically occupy that space, no.
Could it not have?
But with the overrun action, it moves through to hit its target, but because it can't, I'm going to say it steps back. But that can provoke an attack of opportunity from Taurus, Perry, Manzerek, and Ragnar.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take that opportunity and fumble it. I don't think a 18.
No.
20.
No.
Wow, wasted opportunity.
Perry, you're up.
Okay.
Immediate action, 34 against the Tigers, C&D.
34. Yes. That will succeed.
Is it considered to be prone still?
Yes. Because if you are hit by the ram's overrun technique, and it succeeds and pushes you back by 5, you are not prone. If that ram can charge, it is so scary. Not that I'm bragging. Ragnar, you're the next playable character to go.
We're waiting on the wizard.
Yeah.
Come on, Harry.
So there's just puppies. Oh, there's Mia. And the 2 things and a plesiosaur.
Yes.
And the other
She
druid?
is effectively here, and the giant scorpion and halfling are on the other side of the lake.
Would they happen to be in a direct line? Perhaps?
You can. Yeah, I'll say that the Undyne, her plesiosaur, and the halfling and his scorpion are in a direct line.
And I'll 5-foot steps on the in.
Threatened by a giant goat.
Yeah, I'm gonna lightning bolt that line.
Does he have reach?
Never combine the 5-foot horn.
They curl.
So they're gonna need a reflex.
The Undyne is going to take a -1. You know, because she's in water.
11. I was just waiting for damage for her
Oh,
before I moved off the page.
27 electricity damage.
Gosh. She screams out in pain, and that looks like it wrecked her. She does not look okay.
Good.
Does that plesiosaur take collateral damage? Because it's in water.
22
It'll do half.
from the halfling. Okay. And that was
That's
what?
27.
Half of that is
13.
13. The halfling stands up, the lightning bolt hits him, it curls around him, and you see him wince in pain. But it doesn't look like it did nearly as much as it should have.
That's fine. We should find out if they're also not immune.
Resistant?
No, by the way.
Damage reduction?
Vulnerable to fire.
The exact opposite of the thing. Ragnar.
I'm gonna rage.
Yeah.
Good call.
I like to rage quit.
I just picture him like
Like,
Venom,
bigger
just
thing.
Do it.
I need a bigger thing.
Oh.
I'm bigger. Bigger 5.
Big and 5.
Big and
Big and fine.
It's like Oz.
Because I also casted enlarge on myself.
That's your turn. You don't want to move? Prevent someone from going into the tree.
So I can hit her next.
Here. Haydn is a metal ram.
Yeah, it's gonna be a dead ram. Not worth it.
Can't ram it.
Bam.
Dodge it.
Let go, right?
Dead ram, bam, lamb.
You're making things worse for yourself.
The Undyne extends out her hand, and everything in this area, with the exception of anything 10 feet from the swirling vortex, so that would include the saber-toothed tiger and saloon, becomes encrusted in ice as this sleet storm begins to just beat down and cloud everything in the immediate area. All vision is completely impaired while in that area. And it will be thusly for 8 rounds. You need to make an acrobatics check to move within 40 feet of this exact spot. We'll say the throne was her target area. As she does so, she steps off of the plesiosaur and dives into the water. I'm sorry, it was Ragnar's turn first. You just went. You enlarged. I apologize. And Zarek.
Roll again.
Okay. I touch Rayado, and he becomes a large creature.
There's so many big creatures.
And that doesn't provoke?
It will provoke, yeah.
Okay.
Since she can't see me,
She can see Rayado.
If it's
it won't
aside.
provoke from Rayado.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
it
Yeah,
provo-
yeah, yeah.
Me casting the spell.
You're not even in her attack range if she could see you. Okay.
And I tell Rayado to protect me. In an acrobatics check. 20, not natural.
To move freely in the area? That will succeed.
Okay. I'm going to, as best I can, run to the swirling vortex and jump in it.
That will provoke from her.
That's fine.
Okay.
My God.
Well,
As you begin to run towards it, Velthera's Mia calls out, "Stop him!" Which is weird because they're a hybrid.
It just felt natural to call it out.
Does a 32 hit you?
Oh, yeah.
I have the statistics of a Smilodon pulled up. Does 7 points of damage do a whole lot?
I mean,
Does 7.
it's 7 points of damage.
7 more than he was.
I'm casting Liberated Command. I was strange from
Does a 20 beat your combat maneuver defense?
No.
She reaches out, grabbing you. As you kind of roll, she rends your cloak off as you step into the vortex. You immediately begin to roll up into the air. But there's Mia says, "Rip him apart!" Everything for you goes white. You can't see, hear, or comprehend the world around you. You feel the tree begin to speak directly into your mind. You hear the tree begin to peer and roll through you as you start to extend out, like you did before, but in a much more intimate and severe way. I will need from you a fortitude check.
+3.
I'm sorry, not a fortitude, a will save.
Yeah, you get a +2 on it.
And plus your 1.
So wait, I'm getting +2 from you.
+3 total.
+3 total. Didn't I get a +2 as well?
Are you factoring in the bonuses that the tree gave you? That's 2.
Okay.
I thought yours is +1.
It's just a +1.
No, mine's a +2.
So
4.
+4.
Okay. You said +1 earlier.
You literally
No,
said
no,
+1.
1 to initiative.
27. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
This feels natural to you as it begins to wash over you. You may cast any spell from the druidic spell list up to 4 in this moment.
Up to 4.
Up to 4.
Why are you like?
I'm gonna cast Caustic Blood on Rayado.
Fun.
It's true.
Why not, right?
It's showtime.
Because it has to be a self. And I can
And he
cast
counts.
Yeah.
Rayado counts as self.
That's a very good
Rayado
reason.
attacks. Does a 21 hit?
Lesvel, I assume? Yes.
35, 29, 31, 32.
Didn't roll nothing below a 15 the entire time.
No, that's not true. I did have one that was like that.
He
Roll
rolled
14.
113.
What was your lowest one?
29.
29, yeah. No, I said a 21 first.
Yeah.
And that one hit. Yeah, because I rolled like a 5 on that one.
Sorry.
Yeah.
50.
Rayado is now finding it scary.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, 21 does not hit.
Okay.
I didn't take into account her wild shape. What was the second highest?
29.
Or second lowest, I mean.
29.
29 was the second lowest?
Yeah.
Okay, the rest hit. Sorry, I almost moved.
Okay, so 14 for the Talon. 24 for the Bite. $25 for the 2 claws, and I forgot to add something, so that's an additional 8 points of damage.
Owie!
Into Rayado.
Rayado starts ripping her apart as he clamps down onto her back. This giant raptor attacking this saber-toothed tiger as they begin to rip and tear into each other. Damon,
And I hit that saber-toothed tiger as well.
you may. You'd have to take a free 5-foot step.
Am I that close enough?
Is this considered difficult terrain in this area?
Oh, you are.
Because it would
Yeah,
be
you are
moving out of
blind.
that.
You are blind. So it's 50-50 to hit her.
Okay.
And it is difficult terrain. So you can't take a free 5-foot step. You only get one attack. You have to roll acrobatics.
64.
64 will be 50% chance. I need an acrobatics roll.
8.
You fall prone.
But I can still stab at her, right?
Sure.
I can still try and stab at her.
Okay.
What's my negative on the attack?
4.
Okay. 26.
Yes.
I do 14 points of damage.
She's scary, guys. I swear.
I know! That's why I'm
You're
trying
just-
to... fuck her up.
Also equally as scary. How many lightning bolts can you send in a day, sir?
I just did the one.
You've done 2 did
Dr. Tone.
You're right. I'm sorry. Throwing giant balls of fire.
Great bell.
I'm trying to figure out what action it is to activate immediately. Assuming it is a standard action because I have to imbibe it like I do a potion. I will activate my clerical superpower and fly 15 feet up into it.
You may.
And that will be my turn.
Okay. No saving throw? That doesn't seem fair. 1. Okay, yeah, just no saving throw.
It is a standard action to drink immediately.
Cool.
Really?
Everybody in this immediate area, including her and the goat, takes 7 points of fire damage.
Fire?
Oh yeah. And 18 points of bludgeoning damage. The difficult terrain and the lack of vision are moot points at this time.
As you see the halfling on the back of the scorpion raise his hand, and volcanic rock begins to rain down on all of you.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah, there's no saving throw on that. Max used it on other people.
I really like that spell. I'm a big fan.
I'm not.
I love it.
Harris is going to provoke from Ivan. That might not hit him. Nope, that will not hit Terrace.
He slides over to Alaman. He grabs Alaman as he says, "You need to do something now!" Alaman says, "Okay."
Saloon is going to reach out and touch Lasvel.
Oh,
Probably not.
except for it's like disease ridden. So like
Yes.
He goes to cast a spell, but it fades. And it pickles out. Sorry.
what was that?
It pickles. It pickles.
It pickles out.
Pickle Rick!
Anyway,
Pair of pickles out, then it pizzles out.
top of the round. I will need, somebody needs to be chosen, any one of you, to roll me a d10.
I got you. 10.
I need you to roll me a d4.
What?
Cool.
Alaman says, "Okay." As he holds his hands out, his eyes give off this radiant celestial, or a kind of cosmic purple glow. You feel a burning sensation coming from your handy haversack. Something begins to pulse and roll inside the handy haversack. As you open it up and look, you see Wormy's chrysalis begin to crack. And it pulses with the same energy that Alaman begins to give out. Saloom reaches out and he says, "No!" As he cries out, you see this kind of cosmic rift begin to open up above Alaman. That's a 9th level spell you just rolled randomly, my guy.
Planar shit.
As the entire room begins to pull and roll. As this starts to happen, you all, not mechanically, but theatrically, feel like you're being drawn into it. As this cosmic rift he opens up begins to swallow the room in its entirety.
Well, that just changed the game.
And reality.
I'm not flying up in the air.
Yeah.
Which you're going first, I guess.
Journey to the dream realm. Hello.
Here we go.
Here we go.
I just disappeared because I don't exist.
Right. Is there a clone? You're a
Clone the character.
clone.
What you get for being fake?
Sorry, I just found out today. How am I a cleric?
You're an Eric.
That's right, my name's not Isaac, it's Eric.
Just take out the CL.
You are far more proud of that joke than you have right to be, sir.
How much HP does Riado have?
30.
That's a scary question.
Always a scary question.
She disappears into the ground, reappearing to where she can see Riado. She points at him. Die. Power word kill. Okay. Riado is dead.
Can I save?
No.
No.
The only way you can save on it is like very certain things. You get a saving throw even blind will save.
Is it hit die or is it?
It's HP.
Oh,
He has to have less than 101.
oh, that's all of us.
Oh yeah. But she chose Riado.
I'm gonna eat her.
You see Riado as he's tearing into Lesvale take a step back. His claws extend out as he growls, stepping between you and her, defending you as all of this is happening. As Bethera's Mia says, die. Her voice echoes out, and you see Riado's eyes widen. His claws drop, and he falls forward. And is no longer moving.
You can cast up to one night level spell.
Harry.
Great. Good.
Alright, question. Are we still blinded?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Wait, when were we blinded?
The sleep storm. That's why she had to move, because anything in that immediate area she can see.
Oh.
40 feet.
Oh, so
from
we're not
this
actually
point.
blind, just in the.
You just can't see.
How tall is it?
40 feet. I'm sorry, 20 feet. It's 40 by 20.
I levitate 20 feet in the air. Can I see her?
You can see Belthera's Mia.
I shoot her with fire.
You may do that.
With Dragon's Breath, specifically.
Is that a cone or is it
It is a line or a cone. I'm gonna choose a line.
I need you to roll me spell resistance.
a 26.
That will succeed. Did she get a save?
She does. It's a reflex.
20 even. No, I'm sorry, 23.
20 even was better. I like that one. Can we go back to that one?
No.
Are you sure?
Positive.
I feel like it'd be funny if you just went 20. 21.
22.
21 is what she needed.
Trying to find that fine line.
$35 halved. 17 fire. As I do.
Oh.
Yep. As I do Dragon's Breath upon her.
She throws up her hand and screams out as it rolls over her. You take any action? Ragnar.
I will move another 5 feet, doing an acrobatics. Stay in your lane, bro.
It didn't look like a 7.
I don't care. What it looks like. 21
Which way?
towards the ram.
Hey, Mr. Man, I understand why you look. I'm also staring at the one right now. So I knew it
It's
wasn't.
got a little line. It's an L for loser. Look at your own stuff.
Aggressive.
Whoa.
Are you okay?
Yep, I'm good.
And I'm gonna bottle strike this thing.
You might.
Ooh, that's nice.
It's 50-50.
I automatically hit him.
Yeah, auto hit.
84.
Easy.
I don't know what I rolled, but it wasn't the 19 because the dice bumped it.
It was 17. It was either 17 or.
Don't you wish someone had looked over?
I really don't
and
remember.
for you.
What do you want me to do? Reroll it?
Go for it.
Okay.
What did you get on your percentile?
84.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's fine. 25.
That will strike your opponent. Oh wait, no. I'm sorry, it will not. I keep looking at the wrong person.
Did you get us bonus to hit?
No.
Unfortunately not.
Also, Hayden forgot to go on his turn. Which is fine because what he would have done was back up so he could charge again.
We wouldn't be able to see at this point.
I think see charge.
You guys gonna heal herself?
Manzerek, I would like you to roll a knowledge nature.
It's pretty nice.
He rolled a 19.
Oh.
Assume it's in the 30s.
The 38.
So you suddenly hear Ray Otto gasp out, and you feel that connection set. And you know in that moment that you traded that life. That creature that asked you if you were willing to do so did this for a reason. As if she knew when Ray Otto's thread would be cut. You, in this moment, break this enchantment that's over you, and you look down as you see this same raptor that you watched birth from an egg drop to the ground motionless into that life. You hear that voice echo into your head. Manzerek. It is soft and comforting. Are you willing to become one with me?
Save my friends. Save your friends.
You may cast any level spell on the druid list up to 9th.
Called it.
Okay.
There's ones beyond.
There's a couple. I don't know
I have one that
Purge
says we
druids.
win. That's crazy.
what is the range? Do I have to worry about range?
Effectively, it's from the caster, and since you accepted to become part of Barut Amar, or the Great Tree, which is effectively everywhere.
So you have something to worry about.
It's very hard for just in the middle of
What about like changing shape stuff?
Like Elfo Polymorph. It'd have to be an external.
Okay, that's fine. Summon Comet Aurora.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Where would you like me to put her? Right.
Can she not be red?
Just give me blue.
Because isn't it like you can.
Where is she?
Commander?
Oh. right beside Belter's.
He did.
Oh, fuck you.
She may act.
Yeah.
Oh, that's okay. That's like. Could have done
Someone
this.
for people. The bite. Nat 20. Crit threat. To confirm, 37.
Yep.
I put so much effort into you.
You gave him a 9th level spell.
Oh man, the other one that I was looking at was literally I rip out her heart. Like it's just that's
But
just
you'd
it.
hate for her to save against that?
Yeah.
Death touch.
Because you know she's more of a caster than a fighter.
Yeah.
Can't really have a.
So is 37 confirmed?
Yeah.
So that's the first attack. The next one does a 22 hit.
No.
Does a 25 hit.
No.
Does a 30.
Yes.
Does a nat 20. Nat 1 to the confirming. So
Wonderful.
yeah. And then the last attack does a 32 hit.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's some grabs that are happening right now.
I think you should roll damage first.
Let's roll damage first.
Okay.
It might not matter.
How little does he know that now the Boggarts are going to come back and...
Oh.
She just vomits out the Boggards.
Oh, that's
Bumrat!
unfortunate.
Wait, hang on. What?
Because he didn't say a froghemoth. He said one specific frog.
24 is the critical damage. I rolled minimum damage.
Okay.
And then the 2 tentacles that hit. Oh gosh, that's so unfortunate. 7 points of damage and so unfortunate. 8 points of damage, so 15. And then the last attack is 5 points of damage. However, we got
Beat that combat maneuver defense.
4 grapples that are coming that way.
Come at me, bro.
It's not going to be easy.
Liar. That's right.
This is when she's at 1 HP.
2. Get it right.
She just
There we
did
go.
below triple digits.
Does 38 grapple her?
Yes.
Okay, so the bite grappled her. And that's
It would be on the next turn. If he can maintain the pin, it automatically swallows.
and that's gonna be it.
So you extend a hand out. You see this portal open up behind Belther's Mia. As it does so, it just produces the froghemoth. Belther's Mia slowly turns to look up at this thing as it looks down at her like, oh, you messed up. It begins to slam down onto her. She screams out as it wraps its tentacles around her, opening its gigantic maw and forcing her inside. She slides into it as that spiked tongue wraps around her waist, and she's barely holding on as she looks up at you, Manzerek. She says, this, in that same familiar voice, not in Belther's Mia's voice, this doesn't change anything. You can kill all your friends trying to kill me, Manzerek, but it will never change anything. That portal that Alamon is opening, right? He says, look guys, I'm changing things, as it swallows around all of you. As it begins to do so, you all come off of the ground and begin to be drawn into this portal. As you see Rayado begin to shift and go with you, vines come up out of the ground and wrap around Rayado and anchor him back down into the earth. As you are all drawn into the portal. And we will pick it up there next time.
Oh my gosh!
Thank you very much for joining us, adventurers. Remember that this has been a good day to die. See ya.
Is Manzerek with us?